What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os momentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente, é uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas, até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to stage 2 of Layers. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope that you're enjoying the sessions. Would love to see if you can drop a message on the chat just to test out to see if it's working. We would love to interact with you today. The name is Bruno. I'm one of the user group leads here at Friends of Figma Portugal, and I will be your host today. And to start, there you go, Telmo Julião, Hey Planche, Oksana, Rita Monteiro. Thank you, everyone. Yes, the online only session is way easier than the in-person. I can guarantee you that. Zoom calls apparently are way simpler to set up. Okay, so we're going to start today. I'm just doing a little check, making sure that everything is working. But we're going to start with our first talk of the second track. And I'm going to welcome on stage Tiago. Welcome,
Hey,
Tiago.
Bruno.
How are you?
Very good.
Tiago is tuning in directly from Sweden, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So Tiago is going to bring us a talk on rules are made to be broken, whatever that means. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And again, don't forget, you can use the chat to drop your questions. If we have time for a Q&A at the end, we're going to open up and talk with everyone. So Tiago, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
There we go. Let's segue into the personal brand. And let's get it started because I want to have some time for Q&A. Guys and girls, we all know that the design industry loves guidelines, best practices, processes, frameworks, you name it. But sometimes breaking the rules is the best thing you can do for yourself, your organization, and your users. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, first of all, a small introduction. You already guessed my name is Tiago. Here's me on the right, clearly getting ready to break the guitar rules. And the hair is gone, I know, but the punk lives on, I assure you. I'm Portuguese, but I moved to Sweden 10 years ago, and I'm actually now Swedish also. But what's also Swedish is like this very Swedish wood on the right, this very Swedish cabin, this very Swedish Volvo EX30 called Dobby. And guess what? I work for Volvo Cars, where I run the mobile design system. And you're asking me, Tiago, why isn't your Dobby a yellow EX30? And the reason is my wife didn't like that idea. Let's be clear, all the opinions I'm about to share are my own. So let's talk about design system best practices, but also, in a sense, design best practices. And I hope that by the end you realize that the things I'm going to be talking about can be applied to anything in design. Let's kick it off with the quote. A design system is the official story of how an organization designs and builds digital products. This is a quote by Brad Frost. I love this quote because it implies that the design system needs to be tailored to your organization and your product. And yes, like sometimes design systems are a great change management tool. You can use them to change the way the organization works, but it has to be a balance between the goals that you have to change the things that you have and the requirements that the company has, right? So it needs to be a balance. After all, it's your organization, so it's gonna be your rules, right? Everything on your design system depends on many factors from your organization: culture, the amount of people you have in the design system team, the amount of people that consume your design system, the level of maturity of your designers and engineers. All of that factors into what best practice should be for you. Yeah, it's not Brad Frost's best practices because he doesn't know what your organization needs. It's not Nathan Curtis's best practices. He also doesn't know what your organization needs. Dan Mall is quite aware that he doesn't know what your organization needs, and when he talks, it's very clear that he understands that. And don't get me wrong, I respect and love the three of them. I've learned a bunch from them, but they do not work on your design system, right? They don't know what your organization needs. They don't know what your design system should be. And the same is true for when you look at the design system that everyone knows, like let's say Google Material or something from Meta or Pinterest's Gestalt. None of them are your company. None of them are your design system. So don't make the mistake of trying to recreate what they have. What they have might not work for you. You don't have the same scale. You don't have the same design system team size. You don't have the same designers. You don't have the same engineers. So why would you need the same design system? You need a design system that's tailored to your organization. Let me tell you a little bit of a story. And you're now telling yourself, wow, a design presentation about Apple and Steve Jobs, but that's actually not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the guy in the middle, John Scully. So as everything that has to do with humans, the story is more complex and no one actually knows the entire truth or all the facts. But the summary is at some point, the Apple board decided that Steve wasn't cut to be a CEO and told him, like, Steve, you got to find someone that's actually a good CEO. And yeah, he went around, they looked around, and he said, like, I like this guy called John Scully. He's the CEO of PepsiCo. And so I'm going to give him like a little bit of a convincing. I'm going to make him this pitch. Do you want to sell sugar water for the rest of your life, or do you want to come with me and change the world? And of course, Scully said, like, oh, of course I want to change the world. I'm tired of selling sugar water, right? I'm going to join you and make Apple a great company. And so he did. He joined Apple. Things went really great for a while, but at some point, yeah, Steve wasn't an easy person, and he got some misunderstandings and some antagonism with Scully. And at the end, what happened was like Scully got rid of him, like convinced the board to sack Jobs, and Jobs was gone, and Scully now had all the power to apply all his CEO best practices. And yeah, the best practices work for a while, right? Like most best practices really work for a while, but after a while also the applesauce ran out. Like the best practices stopped being something that worked, and it started getting a bit stale. They launched a few products that failed. Innovation was gone because people didn't want to work for a corporate company when they used to work for Apple, the innovation company, right? The PC innovation company. And at some point, you guess John Scully's head rolled because he applied all the best practices, but things didn't go his way. And yeah, we all know what happened after. Jobs came back, saw an opportunity, came back, turned Apple from a bankrupt company to the tech giant it is today. And that story. So the moral of our story is that don't be a design Scully. Don't follow best practices blindly until your head rolls. Let me tell you two cautionary tales about this. The first one is contribution, right? We all heard it. Contribution should speed things up, federated, amazing, right? Like everything works, amazing. No, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's too soon for contribution. Sometimes you still don't have the foundations in place. You don't have the rules of the design system, so that contribution can actually like feed from that, right? Sometimes you don't have the knowledge of components and system thinking in your team, and you need to build that up first. And even worse, sometimes you don't have the time or the size of team, your design system team of one. You don't cannot support contribution. And if you don't believe me, let's do some calculations. So imagine that you're serving 25 designers, and two of them decide to contribute a component. So two contributions per week. Let's imagine that it takes you 16 hours for each contribution, right? After all, it's not just contribution approval. There we go. It actually is more complex than that most of the time, especially at the beginning, where you're going to have to have a lot of back and forth. You're going to have to say, hey, this is not well built. Can you go back and change it? Or you might actually have to rebuild the component yourself. So we're looking at 16 hours for each contribution in average, which means 32 hours per week. Might I remind you, your work week is 40 hours. So you're left with 8 hours to do the major design system work, right? The setting up the foundation, setting up the design tokens, setting up the the basic components that you need to create the system, documentation, contribution, communication, collaborating with your engineers to create the components. And then you still have to do all your normal ICE, individual contributor bureaucracy like time reporting, expense reporting, all the ceremonies that you have. You can start seeing this is a recipe for burnout, not the recipe for scale. And don't take it from me, take it from Amy. Amy Yoop has a great talk called We Open the Floodgates to Contribution and We Let It Derail Us. She gave this talk at an Into Design Systems Fail, and I really recommend that you look for it on YouTube. Let's take a look at the second example of best practices gone wrong. So a few years ago, when we didn't have component properties and a lot of the optimizations that Figma added to Figma libraries and the way you can simplify instances when you believe that designers don't really need to customize the components that much. The rule and every design system influencer under the sun said, using big components is the best way to create components at scale. But guess what? It was a trap. So let me show you what we're talking about. We're talking about in the left the base component, right? It's a base button. It has everything that the button will ever have in all the variants, right? It has all the icons, the label, the loading spinner, everything is in this component. And then you grab that, you encapsulate it into another component, and you start building variants out of it. And you hide and show things that you don't want on that variant, right? What this allows you to do is, if you want to change the radius of the button, you change it once on the base button. You don't need to individually change every variant. Sounds like a time saver, right? But let's do some designer math. So let's say that you have around like 4 hidden layers per button due to the fact that a lot of the layers of the base button are hidden on each variant. And let's say that you now important buttons into a page and you have 40 buttons on a page. So just on buttons, you have 160 hidden layers. And now imagine more complex components. Imagine all of these hidden layers, they actually are not hidden from the computer. They are on memory, right? But you don't need them. So what eventually happens is this: your file, your Figma library starts running out of space. This is what happened to me at Klarna. And at some point, it actually started crashing. So it wasn't even a warning. It was actually like, run out of memory. I cannot do anything more on this library, right? The outcome was I had to, during 7 days, refactor the entire 68 components I had on the library, right? There's an entire talk about this topic, so I'm not going to continue giving you too much detail. You can go and look for failing at scale. The same into design systems webinar. So I gave this talk right after Amy. So that was also a little bit of a funny bit that we have both good examples of when design system best practices like lead to failure. So how do you avoid falling prey to design system best practices? You have to let out your inner rebel yell. You have to be a design rebel. 2 examples of rule breakers. So atomic design, Brad Frost again. Without needing to go into too much detail, it's an architecture tool that you can use on design systems. It's amazing, right? You have atoms, which are the smallest bits, you have molecules, you have organisms, you have templates, and you have pages. Now, anyone that ever used atomic design will tell you it's really hard to explain to everyone in the design team and the engineering team what's the difference between a molecule and an organism. I haven't managed to do that in any company that I worked at. But here's the thing, you don't need to. Why don't you just, okay, if molecules and organisms, if that's the border where it's a problem, why don't you just mix them into one category and then talk with your team and figure out a new taxonomy, right? In the past, I've used bricks for atoms, and then for molecules and organisms together, I use sets, so the very Lego metaphor. But in other companies, I used elements, right? The atoms and modules, anything that can be built out of elements, atoms, or another module. Like, so you can have modules with modules, doesn't matter. What is good to retain is that the goal of the atomic design is you can build big things out of small things. And that's, in the end of the day, what really matters. The second example is when you start the design system, everyone's like, we need a documentation website. We want it on the interwebs. Well, yeah, it's actually a really good thing to have, especially if you can have like functional components, real components where you can change the properties and tweak the values and actually see how this thing will be for end users and have all the motion, all the interaction. It's amazing. But sometimes you don't have the budget for a tool to a design system manager or a documentation tool, or you don't have the time and resources to create your own custom website for it. And in the case of myself and the mobile design system at Volvo Cars, you cannot render native mobile components on a browser. And trust me, not even Spotify cracked this nut, so it's not an easy one to crack. So if you're gonna have a documentation website where the only thing you have is screenshots for Figma, you can see where this is leading. Why not just have documentation in Figma? Figma is a website. You could shorten this URL. Okay, you could say like, oh, some stakeholders will not know how to navigate the canvas. Are you sure? Aren't they already looking at design mockups and prototypes? Aren't they using Miro? So, I don't know. My stakeholders at least don't have too much of a trouble visiting the documentation. And to be honest, they actually don't read documentation. It's mostly designers and engineers that read the documentation. So you have here the mobile design system from Volvo Cars, the getting started documentation. You have here like an example of how we document components. So you have like status in code, you have layers like layout, states, motion, interaction, you have accessibility, you have do's and don'ts. You even have examples of how this looks on a screen. You have light and dark mode. You have all the variants, very handy for understanding what options you have. And then you have on the right implementation notes, right? So things that engineers might not be able to grok from just looking at the Figma canvas. And a lot of them don't have dev mode, so it's even worse. We have to actually write these things down. And it's like you can even have videos in the Figma documentation. Yes, it takes you somewhere else, but the motivation to go somewhere else to learn how to use this component, how to change the fill bar of the slider on this component, maybe that's enough for designers to do one thing that they actually hate to do, context switching. But don't take it from me again. Take it from one of our designers. And the code is I like that they are the docs in one place. Figma, I already have open. And no, it's not Don Norman. They don't Don Norman doesn't work for us for sure. But what they're saying here is like I'm already in Figma. I already have Figma. I'm working in Figma. So most of them actually have the design library in a tab. And when I need to read the docs, they go to that tab and then they come back. Sometimes they even use the documentation to go and fetch the component because it's already built the way they want. If qualitative data is not enough for you, if anecdotal data, you're like, oh, that's not valid numbers. So here's a survey that I made where I asked like the entire design team. They're like probably double this. 50% participation isn't bad for a design system survey in my experience. But what's good to see here, and this is spread around like different geographical locations, we have 12 people in total that want documentation in Figma. And then, of course, we have one that wants a web page. And there's a very specific reason why this person wants a web page. And it's a very valid reason, right? They work with external partners. So they want a website where they can put like the documentation, but they don't actually want the design system to be there. They want a tool for them. And they think the design system should deliver that tool for them. I think it's true. Like we should strive for that, but I cannot prioritize this use case versus building up the entire foundations of the library, which was my main request when I started. So, how do you find the practices that work? And this is not going to be surprising, I hope. You talk with your users. It's a Captain Obvious situation, right? If you want to understand what your users have trouble with, what they need, you talk with them. It doesn't need to be semi-structured interviews. It can be just like a talk over Slack, one-on-one, a fika, maybe. You invite them for a fika and you talk through what they need and what they are having trouble with and what their pain points are, right? And this is really like good advice for anything design. You can also do a survey, right? Like, but my recommendation for a survey is keep it anonymous because people might be a bit afraid of hurting your feelings or getting persecuted because you're going to go after them and penalize them in some way. So anonymity helps a lot with honesty there. And that's the thing. This is typical design advice. The way that you do a good product is you figure out what the users need, you figure out a way to solve that problem, and then people are more than happy to pay you money. They pay you money, your organization continues thriving, you have a job. So I would say it's a win-win situation for everyone involved, right? So yeah, talk with your users. And it's a wrap. I tried to go fast so we could have time for the Q&A. And if we run out of time, check my LinkedIn. I'm going to post a synchronous Q&A post so you can ask more questions there. But now the time is open for any questions you might have.
Okay, let's check out this chat. I know that we have one question. It's a little bit long, so I had to split it up into little banners. So, hey Plunge, I don't know if that's their name. Hey Plunge, that's it. We all know that the design systems have a key role for companies to deliver faster and more consistent products. But there's also the case where there isn't a dedicated team for continuous improvement of said design systems. How do you see this situation and how this impacts the solutions and creativity?
Yeah, I think as I said, like even your organization matters in what the design system looks like. And I don't want to be the downer and say that that design system is doomed to fail. It's not true. You could make it work if you have a very high collaboration team and if people actually are very motivated to make it work. But it's challenging, right? Because there's no one to make the decisions. And I don't know if you've been in a situation where no one has the final say. But for me, especially working in Sweden, where we want consensus on everything, not having like a tiebreaker is a bit of a problem. Not having like a curator might not be the best way to do a design system. And I understand like teams and companies are small and believe that, hey, this is the way to go. I think like even Nerton Curtis had a post like this week about saying like, oh, federated, it works wonders, except it doesn't.
I saw that post, I think, and it's actually a super interesting situation because over here, the Friends of Figma all the meetups and all the conversations that we have around design systems, the fact is like design systems aren't built in a one mold fits all, right? Like every team, everyone has some sort of different setup, but that's it. Okay, the only thing that I have here as an extra question is not a question. Is Kuzmir Arnatovic saying hugs and kisses to both of you. So sending love to Kuzmir.
Back.
I don't know if my camera has the reactions on. I don't think it does.
Mine doesn't, but we can do the
I can make it. Let's see. There you go. Back to you.
No, I don't think mine will have it.
It's like this. The Gen Z is like this.
Oh no. Okay, now I'm showing my age now.
Okay, guys. Tiago, thank you a lot. We're gonna just set up things on the background. You guys are gonna have a little break video here. In 2 minutes, we're back. Okay. See you then. Bye.
Have fun.
What happens when creativity and process team up?
Okay, guys. I hope everyone is ready for our second talk of the online stage. We started talking about design systems with you. I hope you really enjoyed it. I could see from the comments, and I see a couple of people still saying thank you for the session. So I hope Tiago receives all of that love from everyone. Now it's time to talk about another very important topic. We're not talking about design systems anymore, but something that definitely should be part of how you build a design system, which is accessibility with Carolina Vincourt. So Carolina, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. I know that you're gonna be talking a little bit about your first try at tackling accessibility. I think that's gonna be a super interesting journey. So the stage is yours. Take it.
Thank you so much. I am also not talking from Portugal today, from Belgium, actually. So in the same time zone as Tiago, I think. So yes, good morning. We will be talking about digital accessibility and what I learned in this first attempt that started just roughly 6 months ago. So I want to start by introducing myself. I think it's just normal that I do it. I am a UX UI designer at Full 6, and I usually introduce myself as a person that is very curious about a lot of things. Not all the things, but a lot of things. Gossip included. I was very curious about baking, so I managed to work for a couple of hours in a bakery and learn a little bit more about the process. And I took some breakfast home that night. I'm also very curious about belief systems, so I managed to be a volunteer at a Buddhist center in the UK for a couple of weeks. Also very curious about other cultures, so I went to live abroad in the other side of the world, very far from here in Macau, close to Hong Kong, and I ended up staying for 4 years. Also got very interested in permaculture, and so I went to study a little bit about it. I did a permaculture design course, and then I went to live in a farm for 1 year, very, very remote farm, and ended up staying then a bit more. I also got interested about crochet, and so I learned by myself, thanks to YouTube, and I got so addicted that I had to do something about it. So I got some people to donate wool that they had, and with that wool, I crocheted almost 80 beanies and scarves that I then donated to an association that was helping refugees in Brussels. Also curious about resource sharing culture, Couch surfing, warm showers, BlaBlaCar, hitchhiking, you name it. I've been trying all of them. I also got very curious about UX UI a couple of years ago. So I did a course on it and got me really interested. I think I found my place, and I am now a designer at Full 6. So how did we all end up here? It seems like as of 28th of June of 2025, so in about 9 months, companies must ensure that the newly marketed products and services covered by the European Accessibility Act are accessible. Examples for services: banking services, e-commerce, websites, mobile services, electronic tickets, e-books. Examples of products: computers and operating systems, TV equipment, ATMs. So all these things, if they are new, they need to be accessible. And this is European law, so quite a big deal. But this all started a long time ago. In 89, so 35 years ago, the World Wide Web was invented. In 95, alternative text is created, so something that's not for everybody, it's for the visually impaired, for the blind people. There's already some thought about it. In 97, Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, says that access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect of the web. So it is a worry. In 99, the WCAG, so the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, is created, something to give you guidelines to create something accessible, digital products accessible. And here we are, 35 years later, and accessibility is actually being enforced by law, which is a pity. This is the statistics that everybody will give you. An estimated 1.3 billion people experience significant disability. That is 1 out of 6 of us in the world. But accessibility is not only, digital accessibility at least, is not only about these people. At least 4 billion people across the globe wear glasses. That's half of us. We are very thankful if the fonts are large enough, if the contrast is good enough. Around 25% of European households have at least one child. These are people with less mental availability to read through too much text, people that need clear CTAs, people that are also less likely to use 2 hands at the same time while on their phone. And these people also, people carrying the trucks, carrying luggage, carrying a shopping cart. You need to consider the amount of people that temporarily have accessibility issues. And 100% of the people that use smartphones, which is half of the world, already had to deal with sun glare on their screens that makes it impossible to read a map when you need it the most. So actually, usability, which is about making products easy to use, loves accessibility, which focuses on designing products so that people with disabilities can use them. They go hand in hand. Just out of curiosity, these are some things that were created for people with disabilities and that benefit everybody. We have here the typewriter. I'm not sure if this is a real story, but it seems like it was from a couple in which the woman was blind and she couldn't write love letters. So the guy invented the typewriter so that she could write love letters to him. Audiobooks, something amazing. So many people use reading while driving, while cooking. This was created for the blind. A curb ramp. We all love this, I think. Anybody that had to push a stroller, push a trolley. This is actually created for people that use wheelchairs. Closed captioning. I use this all the time, even just out of laziness, because it's easier to understand what people are saying. Electric toothbrush, which was initially created for people with limited motor skills, and now it's recommended by dentists worldwide. The sound in the zebra crossings. I see so many people just wake up from their trance when they're on their phone and they hear the sounds like, oh, yeah, okay, it's green, I can cross now. These are really handy things that were created for disabled people. So good accessibility enables those with a disability or impairment, and it also improves the experience for everyone else. And now, this was my first attempt at digital accessibility. A bit of context about this project. So, like I said, I work at Full 6. I work together with a team. Actually, our lead designer is Anna Saoud, and she's the one that knows this project the best. She led it amazingly. And we were working together with the team at EDP. EDP has a design system. It's called Lumen, and now with this accessibility upgrade, it's on the version 3.0. And they saw the need to improve accessibility. And so the project was a minimum viable product, the MVP, starting by color contrast and skip to content. This was our briefing. So although we worked on many other things, if you visit edp.pt nowadays, you will see still some flaws, but know that this was the scope of the project, just these two things. There was already a bit of an explanation about how a design system works. The metaphor of the Lego system is a good one, I think. It's about having reusable components, standards, and guidelines. And this ensures consistency and efficiency during the design and development phases of digital products. So, for example, you have a small item like this checkbox item, which is used throughout the whole website. If you do a change in this checkbox item, it will change everywhere, including models where it's already inserted. So this was our old checkbox item just 6 months ago. Looking at it now, I can see that the box doesn't have enough contrast. So what we did is we improved the contrast of that box, we enlarged the text, and we also made sure that the touch target area was bigger. So people with mobility issues or fat fingers, it's easier for them now to check this checkbox item. It's invisible, but it's there. So this is also part of a bigger component, this form field. And this one lives in other places, not only in form fields, in a form situation, also in these filtered grids where you can choose different categories. And it's there. And now it is clear, it works better. This button, this was an actual button 6 months ago. This was our alternative button. And this was the hover of this button. So when we were supposed to highlight the button, we actually saw less of it. So what we did is we changed the color, we enlarged the text, we made it bold. This is how it lives now with the other buttons, the primary buttons. And this is how it lives in a component. And this is the hover of these buttons now. We changed it also for accessibility purposes. So what did I learn in this first attempt? First of all, it's really to stay humble because, like I said, 6 months ago, these were real buttons and we never saw a problem with that. It's only when we started learning about it and studying that we realized, no, this is very wrong. But you also have to realize that in 1 year, you will look back and what you're doing now will probably also look weird or does not make sense anymore according to the new things that you have learned. And also, if it can be very overwhelming if you learn about all the different disabilities and impairments that you have to design for or should design for, especially if you think that cognitive decline starts at around 45 years old. So that's really not late. Another way of staying humble is to do some accessibility testing, which is not the same as usability testing. But if you do not have a chance, it's really humbling to see how the frustrations, in this case, I found you here a YouTube page with some videos that you can watch, how frustrating it can be for a blind person to navigate a website. It really makes you question your whole profession and what are we all doing here to make things so hard when with a little bit of work they could be a lot simpler. Second thing I learned, that starting with color contrast was a very good idea of EDP, so kudos to them. Because it seems like by tackling accessibility for people with visual impairments, you solve around 80% of accessibility issues. You should never forget the other 20%, but if you're going to start somewhere, I think this is a pretty good start. And so these are some of the things that you can tackle to tackle accessibility for the visual impaired. So color contrast, where we started. This is a ratio that is given between the relative luminance of the text and the background color. Color contrast, it's, the name speaks for itself, but this is the definition by WCAG. So this, it's clearly a no-no. You should not use this kind of gray on gray. It's, you will lose from it. AA, it's pretty good. It's actually, if you manage to have a lot of things on AA, it's amazing. And AAA is like, if you manage to have a lot of it in AAA, it's perfect. If you do some tweaks and you have a AAA, go for it. But it's really not necessary to have everything in AAA. So when you are using a screen reader, so when you have a software reading the website for you because you are blind, you will, after the 5th page, you will already have known the menu by then. So this is like a shortcut you have when you navigate with a tab bar on your keyboard, and you can immediately skip to content. It's a shortcut. And this is what we implemented at EDP. This was the other thing that was in the scope of our briefing. In other websites, it can be a skip to search, a skip to menu. It can make sense also. And this can be very handy to make everything smoother, the whole navigation of the user. Alternative text in images, that thing invented in '95. It's basically a way of describing the image to people using screen readers. You can learn some things about this also. Like, for example, you don't have to write image of a smartphone. It's already identified as an image. So in this case, you could write smartphone with featured images of what one can do in the EDP customer area. And this is what's online right now. Bear in mind, there will be people navigating through their keyboards, and the reading order of the items should be more or less the same as those using the website visually, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes it makes sense that you start from the right to the left. So bear that in mind. You should document it clearly so that this is something the developers then can define, and then it makes also the experience clearer for those navigating with a screen reader. This was our slider 6 months ago, the one on top. As you can see, or as you cannot see, the top one, the older one, has the color contrast is not enough. So what we did in the 3.0 version is we used visual cues besides the color. So the full status bar is shorter, is thinner than the current status bar, but because we could not guarantee enough contrast between the full status bar and the background, we used this thing called a stop indicator in the ends of the slider, so that at least that is guaranteed that the person can see with enough contrast. The focus indicators. When you are navigating with the keyboard, and the keyboard will navigate only to access UI elements that are interactive, you need to know what you might be interacting with. So you need to focus those elements which are usually CTAs, buttons, cards. So you need to also create a focus mode for these interactive elements. And also you should enable zoom in your website. By default, this is enabled, but for some reason, sometimes it's disabled, but people should be able to zoom in. I do this often in some websites. I use zoom in, but I already saw a person zooming in more than 200% to be able to see. It was almost just one word per screen, one word that this person could read on their screen, one word at a time. So this is very confronting, and of course it is important that you are able to zoom in on the website. Third thing that I learned about the first attempt, you have to recognize your bias. Know that you live in a bubble for many reasons. These are three kinds of bias. There is visual layout bias. So assuming that however you see your website or your digital product, everybody else will see it the same. I'm giving another example of a screen reader. A screen reader has this option that you can navigate only through headings or through links. So that if you are in a e-commerce website, you can immediately go to the headings, and then you can immediately hear, okay, this is shoes, this is dresses. You can navigate through the headings. And when you navigate through links, you will see this from now on every time you visit a website. But you will see it happens that the buttons on one page, a lot of them have the same copy. And this is a good example. So there's 27 links and most of them are click here. But for somebody using a screen reader, click here just puts them more lost. They're more lost in their navigation. So we are also paying attention to this at ADP. Instead of click here, we are more thorough and more on green energy, electric mobility, see article. We try to be thorough in our linking. Mouse using bias. Don't assume that everybody will use a mouse. This is my brother, Diogo. I have a theory that there's always somebody in the family that we don't really know what they do for a living. In my family, it's my brother Diogo. I don't know. I know he uses Excel a lot, but that's it. And when I see him working, I see him resorting to the keyboard all the time. He just uses the keyboard for everything. And this was way before I even started thinking about digital accessibility, but it changed the way I thought about interaction with the website. It can be very different for different people. And color-only bias. So I see color. I don't know if all of you do, but this is just a normal form field, and we had to create an error message, and this would be a normal error message for us. It would make sense. But if you are colorblind, in some cases, this is how you might see it. So if this is a form field in the middle of a whole form, even though you want people to go and pick the right date of birth in this case, it will be harder for them to recognize where they have the errors in the form field. So what you should do is convey that there's an error here. Use an icon, use other visual cues to help besides color. And of course, this makes it also more helpful for people who do see color. Fourth thing that I learned, you really have to work with the dev team, but I think this is every designer should always work and even be friends with the dev team, because these people, they have to learn a lot about a lot of other things that you don't, like proper tagging. The links, the buttons, the forms, the tables, they need to be tagged properly so that the screen readers can recognize what they are, so that, for example, all the links show up on that list that I showed you earlier. ARIA roles. So ARIA is a Google Accessible Rich Internet Application Language. It's basically a set of attributes that you can add to HTML elements that the screen readers will read. So they also have to learn about these things. Pop-up windows that are accessible. This can be a headache. deal with third-party providers' lack of accessibility. This is it's a problem we had at EDP. We used some third-party providers, and they basically screwed up our score in Access Monitor when we were checking the accessibility of the website. It was because of these third-party providers, and this is a problem for the dev team, not for us. So be allies of accessibility, you both separately, but also then of each other, because if they understand your work and you understand their work, you can communicate better and defend your work better also to clients, bosses, whoever doesn't care about accessibility. You can become a team like that. And fifth and last thing that I learned about accessibility, this is a picture of this when I started studying about accessibility, the book that I was reading, and I saw this page, and I immediately thought, okay, there's saying your first attempt at making anything accessible will be awful. I don't think it's awful what we did, but I think there's still a lot more to do, and I do hope the project goes forward. And basically, starting from the beginning is not a thing, because there's so many things to tackle, but starting is the beginning. You should just go for it, because every little thing you do might help people, will help people for sure. And I found this sentence by Steve Krug, is the guy who wrote Don't Make Me Think, the book Don't Make Me Think. I didn't read the book, but I found this sentence from him, saying that the one argument for accessibility that doesn't get made nearly often enough is how extraordinarily better it makes some people's lives. And how many opportunities do we have to dramatically improve people's lives just by doing our job a little better? We as designers have a lot of these opportunities, so we should really take them. I had a friend there, she's there watching live. Melissa, she said it would be nice to show you some plugins from Figma that were helpful. I would love to say I used a lot, but I didn't. This is actually the one I and our team uses the most, which is contrast. And it saves you a lot of back and forth between browser to check each color code. What's the contrast between the backgrounds? So thank you so much. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn. Feedback is welcome. And thank you.
Okay. Yes, your friend is watching. And she said, thank you for the shout out. Her handle on YouTube is Honey Bunny, which is cute as hell. I don't know her name, but Honey Bunny it is. Okay, so everyone seems to be super into your talk, to be honest. A few questions kind of repeated. I'm going to first show you the two that Telmo Julião shared, and let's talk a little bit about it, maybe. So the first one is, in many of the books I've come across about accessibility, the focus tends to be on outlining the challenges rather than providing practical solutions for tackling digital accessibility issues. More of a comment than a question, but I think, do you feel the same?
Yes, I do. I feel like when looking for information for this, all the courses, it's just to explain accessibility and why you should solve it, but then really practical things to do, these are hard to find. But I do know that we have a person really taking care of this in the community. Hi, his name is Ruben. Can find him on LinkedIn easily. But so he's a Portuguese guy. He gives courses at LSD. I don't want to lie.
You can share the information later. We can add it to the comments on YouTube and everything for everyone. But yeah, Ruben Ferreira Duarte, says Telmo Julião. He's saying that it's Ruben Ferreira Duarte, the name.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
and, yeah.
Cool. Multiple people saying that. So yeah, okay. And then also from Telmo, but actually many people ask this. Do you recommend any books, courses, or resources that offer actionable guidance on implementing accessibility in digital products?
No. I really recommend, what I really recommend is that you watch this accessibility testing videos of especially blind people trying to navigate a website. If you can see as much of those as possible, then you really understand the things you have to tackle and how to solve them. Then you find them on the web. But courses and books, no. Just see
Okay.
it here.
Okay, great. Look, Carolina, thank you so much. It seems like everyone really loved it. Your friend is saying you should do more talks in your own course. So there you go. We hope you also enjoyed their time with us.
Lisa, the stickers are for me, not for you.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed being here today too. We'll get back to the next talk in just a minute or so. We're just gonna set things up and we'll be right back with you guys. Carolina, see you in the next time.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, and 12:15, right on time. We're doing an amazing job here. I love these speakers because they actually managed to keep it in the 30 minutes. We've been having time for the Q&As. I've been loving the interaction on the chat. Even though our tools are not perfect, I've been managing to chat with you guys here on one screen and with the speakers here on another. But it's time for the last talk of the morning block. So I will welcome on stage directly from Italy, Biagio Di Stefano. Biagio, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Okay, so Biagio is coming to us to talk about a little bit of the journey from brand design to atomic design. Biagio, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like to thank the entire Friend of Figma Portugal staff. In this speech, I would like to provide some steps and tips on how to transform a brand identity guidelines into a scalable system for UI design. I am Biagio Di Stefano. I am an Italian graphic designer. I like to introduce myself by discussing the concept of a T-shaped designer. Yes, because I consider myself, or at least hope to be, a T-shaped designer. And I hope this because I believe the T-shaped designer is what the market demands and somewhat of a dream for design industries. Because a T-shaped designer needs to have a deep knowledge in a specific design area. And in my case, I believe it's brand design, but at the same time, across disciplinary skills to form the horizontal axis of the T-shape. And here we can see, for me, corporate identity, UI design, UX design, storytelling, and UX copywriting. This is not just driven by market demand, because I believe that a good designer, yeah, it's right to develop ever more specific expertise, but must collaborate with other professionals and be part of a broader process. And I think a few years ago, it was a bit different. I mean, at the dawn of what we now call brand design, around the late 1800s. So let's take a step back and focus on the evolution of brand design. Initially focused on a distinct visual mark, design has expanded to include a cohesive visual language, a cohesive visual system with a consistent use of colors, imagery, graphic styles. And for me nowadays, simply creating a logo is not enough. if you want to create a complete visual system. And here on the right, we can see the early logos of Michelin, Coca-Cola, and Ford, which we can describe as sketches, signatures, or illustrations, just intended for identification purposes. But here we can see some logo redesigns over the years, and they minimize their logo. But I think this allows them to develop a more complete and recognizable visual language that goes beyond the logo. This is the case here of Shell, Dunkin', Jaguar, and Airbnb. But okay, how can we consider a complete visual system today? I think the logo is the central focus. The extreme synthesis of other elements, such as typography, color palette, look and feel, layout, imagery, but tone of voice too. And to better understand this, let's look at two case studies, one of which I participated in. The second one, because the first is the famous Duolingo, a popular language learning platform known for its playful and user-friendly approach, made by one of the agencies I admire the most, the British Johnson Banks, that in 2019 undertook the redesign of Duolingo, starting with the mascot, call it Duo, and creating a fully customized typography, designing a truly dynamic logo, making the brand more consistent and recognizable across platforms. And I think the style is unmistakable, and the mascot traits and curves are associated with the shapes of individual letters. I think with the help of a very bright green color, Duolingo has a complete visual system now. And in some cases, as in these examples, it can go ahead without the logo, and obviously without losing recognition. So last year, I worked with other designers on a brand called Welly, a modern fast food chain with a presence in the Web 3.0 and NFT world. And in this case too, it was a redesign. As the brand was growing and needed a more complete and significant visual system. So we customized the typography, particularly by redesigning the Y and the W, because I think they are the most important letters in the naming. And we have created iconography, patterns, and a recognizable color palette. Again, this is a dynamic logo, recognizable thanks to the various assets, and not just thanks to the logo. And this concept brings us to the consistency. Consistency, for me, is very important. Is one of the key factors in brand memorability, and tend to create an emotional connection with the target audience. When a brand maintains uniformity in its visuals, such as colors, typography, logo usage, tone of voice, it builds familiarity and trust with its audience. And I think a dynamic brand identity offers adaptable visual elements, allowing the brand to remain flexible across different medium. And the essential points are designed for user expectations. Don't disappoint your target, your audience. Create scalable visual elements. Eliminate confusion and keep usability in mind. think a scalable system for different platforms must consider usability, precisely because it can be applied to various contexts, including the future ones. And of course, you must ensure that the principles of the brand, company, or product remain intact, but at the same time, you must consider devices and the target users. And it's probably with this in mind that Brad Frost, a designer and web developer, introduced this concept, the concept of atomic design in 2013. And atomic design, it's a methodology for creating design systems by breaking down user interfaces into smaller and reusable components, much like atoms in chemistry. So starting with the atoms, the smallest elements, we can consider typography, icons, or colors. We can combine them into more complex structure like molecules or organisms, including cards, navigation bars, sliders. This eventually leads to the creation of templates and pages for a website or an application, for example. And this approach promotes scalability by encouraging the reuse of components throughout the interface. Okay, let's explore the steps that help transition from brand design to atomic design. Start by understanding the brand manual or brand book and the associated guidelines, because I think if we are talking about brand design, there should be a document printed or online. We have a lot of web platforms, Zero Height, for example, and you have to detail the correct use of the logo and defining the assets and the communication style of the brand. I think otherwise it becomes much more difficult to envision atomic design, because that will mean writing the rules from scratch and without a good research. The risk is creating something that looks more like a pre-built template with our logos labeled on top. So we can continue identifying the color palette, including primary and secondary colors. Gather information on font sizes and typographic hierarchies. Note the specification for the logo and icons, such as dimensions and spacing, and collect all other useful digital information. Here are some examples of brand manuals I created. Just 2 pages, because usually a brand manual consists in a lot of pages. This first is for the International School of Comics, Scuola Internazionale di Comics in Italian, with the specifications for the logo and the correct color palette. And here for Welly, featuring the main icons and the typography. Okay, now let's see how to implement this information into an atomic design system. Starting with the atom, we can consider colors, creating color variants using the brand's palette, such as background colors, text colors, and button colors. Typography, defining text styles, including headings, subheadings, and body text using the brand's font. And buttons, design buttons using brand colors and typography, ensuring adherence to signed spacing guidelines. Here we can see a component created in Figma with different variation of a button. And so next step is to combine these atoms. And here we also apply layout rules, such as proper spacing and padding, along with styling rules. Then we generate molecules, more complex visual systems that must remain user-friendly. And among this, we have, for example, forms, combining labels, input fields, buttons, to create cohesive input forms that align with brand guidelines. Also, we have cards, combining images, title, descriptions, excerpts, adhering to the brand typography and color schemes. And navigation, with navigation elements like bars and menus, using the brand styles. All of this needs to be documented because it's not just about setting the rules, but defining when and how to apply them. For example, if we have two hierarchical button types, we need to explain when to use one or the other. And obviously, you can see tools like Figma to structure these guidelines, setting variables, setting styles, to ensure consistency across components, and keep the documentation up to date, adjusting design elements based on feedback and based on the continuous evolution of digital devices, frameworks, and programming languages. I think crucial elements, perhaps more than others from my point of view, are typographic hierarchy and colors, following visual psychology principles like Gestalt. I recommend exploring Gestalt psychology because it offers many insights regarding the positioning and management of element, among other things. And okay, regarding typography, the primary font for titles often derives from the brand's main font, aligning with the style. Conversely, the secondary font for paragraphs for contents should prioritize readability, even for users with visual impairments. And you must ensure that the font used are whether acquired or embedded from web platform like Google Fonts, Adobe Fonts, or My Fonts, or proprietary fonts. And to ensure correct font size hierarchy, we can use rules like the Fibonacci sequence or the golden ratio, starting with H1 as the primary reference point. The golden number that we can approximate to 1.618 is applied to calculate the size of subsequent headings, ensuring a smooth and aesthetic transition between heading levels. And for mobile devices, the hierarchy needs slight adjustment due to smaller screen sizes. And typically, H1 is reduced by about 30%, while H2 and H3 are reduced by approximately 20%. Be careful because this is not a fixed rule, but I believe it's a good starting point. This approach is particularly relevant for headings for H1, H2, and H3. Now let's move on to colors. for a correct implementation. Because I think in successful UI design, the implementation of colors plays a crucial role in ensuring readability and accessibility. You must prioritize contrast, especially between background and text, and as is often the case with buttons. In UI design, the color palette is usually expanded, starting from the primary, from the main, and adding darker or lighter variations. These are used for different states, such as sober, visited, or disabled, for example. And we have several plugins or widgets in Figma allow us to create variations, like color levels generator, for example. It's also important to consider stereotypical colors, because both in real life and on screen, red may draw attention, but is also associated with rejections, deletions, or alerts. Otherwise, yellow with warning and green with confirmation on or enablement. So it's important to apply these stereotypical colors carefully, or to avoid confusion. Above all with the brands of colors. Additionally, choosing the right shades is essential to ensure alignment with the brand's tone of voice. It's also vital to consider color vision deficiencies, such as tritanopia, or it's a blindness related to the blue-yellow channel, or achromatopsia, is quite complete color blindness, which can impair users' ability to distinguish between colors and may affect contrast perception. So here, to address these challenges, online tools like Stark can be used to evaluate color contrast and ensure accessibility for all users, helping to create a more inclusive design. Okay, and last but not least, let's move on to icons. We have seen icons in various contexts for a long time, especially in graphic interfaces, from washing machine displays to car dashboards. Personally, I remember the not very perfect icons of Windows XP, with too many elements and shadows. And the best solution is undoubtedly to simplify them, minimize them, and maintain consistency within the icon set, ensuring a style that reflects the brand. Icons represent a real or abstract concept in the simplest possible way. So humans think in terms of icons and can associate simple like an X, for example, with closing a pop-up menu, or even rejecting an action. This depends on the context. Many icons use rhetoric to be associated with what they represent. For example, here we have the magnifying glass as a metaphor, the star as a hyperbole, while money is a direct analogy. Here are a list of 10 things not to do when creating icons, as described by Dennis Kortunov. So, insufficient differentiation between icons, too many elements in a single icon, unnecessary elements, lack of style unity within an icon set, unnecessary perspective and shadow in small icons, overly original metaphors, national or social characteristic that should not be considered, images of elements too similar to reality, text inside icons, going beyond the pixel framework. Maybe you can use a grid, and here we can see examples of icons created with the same style and within a proper construction grid. I think this is just a starting point, and they are small suggestions, obviously to be developed in detail. I thank you for your attention, and I hope this information can help ensure a correct user experience, but without compromising the core value of a brand. Thank you very much.
Sorry, okay, Gio, thank you very much.
Thank you too, Bruno.
I don't think I see any questions on the chat right now, but that's not a problem because I would love to ask you, because I don't have a very different background than you. And you talk about a bunch of concepts that for as brand designers working in the digital space are super interesting. You went really deep and really detailed on how to do things, which is also good because
daily I work both with I deal with brand design and user interface design, and
yeah, because the borders are more and more blurred, and we know about it. So I think my last question is, do you see a job like ours to continue to exist as we shift the way that we talk about experiences or we build experiences? Or do you feel like people are going to start being like losing more of the brand side, and that's, I don't know, AI and machines, and we just do a much more like human and experience side?
But I think it's, for example, for me, brand design is my main discipline. And but I think different years ago, it was different because I worked with graphic design, I deal with graphic design, I deal with brand design, I deal with user interface design. Now it's better if you, I don't know, if you have an expertise on one subject, okay? But as I mentioned, I think the T-shaped designer nowadays is the better figure, because you have to work with other professionals. So, for example, I am, okay, a UI, UX designer, but I am not a developer. But if I don't understand, I don't know, the CSS or the HTML, it's difficult for me to create a correct grid, a correct user interface design, because I think a developer have to translate my design in code, and it's difficult if you don't understand anything. And
yeah,
so, yeah, for me, you have to know the role related to your main discipline, I think. So it's important, and it's difficult to create anatomic design if you don't have guidelines related to the brand.
Of course. Cool. Look, Viaggio, I thank you very much for being here with us today. And I thank everyone that has been with us so far in the chat and in the call. It's getting now to lunchtime here. We'll be sitting down for a little bit. And at 1:30, we're back with Brendan Driscoll from Figma. And outside of that, on track 1, we'll be starting at 2 p.m. with more sessions. So stay tuned. I'll see you guys back here at 1:30. And that's it.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Joe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida e acho que isso é uma coisa que é...
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
amizade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. Epá, e tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Se for preciso, vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
desenvolvimento,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-end Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento,
Well, Welcome everyone to the afternoon of sessions. We're just getting out of lunch, or at least I am still with my food on the plate because, you know, life on a conference, running around the building, it's always fun. I hope you've been enjoying the session so far, and I can see from the comments in the chat and everything that you guys have been eager to ask some questions, get the speakers out. So now is also the time to do that. We're gonna start the afternoon with Brendan Driscoll, VP of Product from Figma. Welcome, Brendan. How are you?
Hey, Bruno, you're making me hungry with the reference to food there. I'm gonna have to go get something after this. Great to be here, everybody. Thanks for having me.
So Brendan today is going to be talking to us a little bit about Figma slides and the art of a good presentation. So Brendan, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. As Bruno mentioned, my name is Brendan O'Driscoll, VP of Product here at Figma. My core responsibilities are primarily around our collaboration products. So that would be FigJam and Figma Slides. I'm one of the newer Figmates here. I've been here for about 6 months. And honestly, like reflecting on it, it's been a pretty incredible, almost like surreal experience to be on the inside of what has been traditionally one of my favorite products. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about Figma Slides, which is a product that we put in beta at the most recent config. Hopefully you all saw. And before I got into my own presentation, I wanted to really just give a bit of a hat tip to some of the other Figmates that I've given talks related to Figma Slides as well. They're really worth checking out. So Damien, he's our creative director. He has an incredible presentation on YouTube that you can check out called Steal This Deck. It's a pretty hands-on presentation that kind of gets into all the different ways that you can design slides to have them land better with your audience. And then one of my personal favorites, Mahika, a PM on my team, the PM for Figma Slides. She has an incredible presentation called Behind the Story at Figma Slides. I really like this one because it really gives a pretty nitty gritty behind the scenes look at how it all came together. She has the original sticky that I'm showing here in FigJam, which was the literal birth of this product. She has the Zoom sidebar chats from the originations and the alignment meetings. She kind of has every artifact ever really cataloged, almost like a historian of Figma Slides, and she goes through some of that in her presentation. So definitely worth checking those two out. I wanted to take maybe a slightly different direction today, maybe leaning into my own background in product. What I was going to talk to you all today about, and hopefully make this quite interactive as well, is a little bit about the story of the product strategy behind Figma Slides. Why did we build this? Where do we see it adding value? Why it's important to us? What our core aims are in launching a product like this, and then just a little bit about kind of where we can see this going as well. I'm going to demo some of the features, so bear with me. The curse of the live demo. Hopefully it all goes okay, and then leave a little bit of time for questions as well. So first off, I guess the thing that really resonated with me joining Figma and hearing this stat kind of blew my mind. This is an insight that our data team pulled about 12 months ago. We noticed that about millions and millions of slide decks were being designed in Figma each year. And obviously Figma being a design tool and a multi-purpose design tool, it can be used for many instances or many different types of design. But it's not a purpose-built presentation tool or presentation design tool. So to see that volume was kind of honestly a bit astonishing. So we knew that there were lots of designers that preferred to design their files or design their decks in Figma Design more so than any of the other more traditional presentation tools. And we thought that was just really interesting. So we thought about maybe how could we capitalize on that? How could we make that easier? Figma Design isn't a dedicated slide deck editor creator. So we really kind of put our heads together and thought about what if we built a dedicated editor that actually productized the use case that was already happening millions of times per year for designers. We had a lot of brainstorms about what that would look like, and ultimately where we landed is that we did want to actually create a separate editing experience, but also we wanted to build it in a way that invited the collaborators that work with designers into the editing experience as well, and really pushed on this angle of co-creation. So from those conversations, we realized that, as I had said, that, there was a latent demand here for designers, but not necessarily for non-designers. I think this last tweet in this stack here really was the one for us. Cross-functional partners are not necessarily comfortable in Figma and have different file type preferences. There is a kind of a need to be able to bring all these co-creators together into one product. And ultimately, these insights, both on the data side from our data team, and then on the qual side from feedback from directly what we're hearing from designers, led us to kind of establish what became our 4 guiding product principles for this new product. So I'll speak a little to all 4. Really, it was important for us to get out of the way of designers. So with this new product, this new slide deck editor, we wanted to give designers the capability to do what they were trying to do in Figma design. So that was kind of the first and foremost, the most important priority. But secondarily, as I mentioned, to co-creation, the idea that we can invite collaborators into the design process in a safe and kind of familiar way was kind of one of our most important guiding principles. So this idea that Figma design is for designers, and it could be intimidating for non-designers or others to get in and start editing. We wanted to unwind that with this new product and make it as powerful as needed for the designer, but as simple as needed for the collaborators, so that we could really encourage this idea of co-creation and collaboration. A subset of that was we wanted whatever the collaborators were doing to be constrained in such a way that it can stay on brand. We've seen that oftentimes there's a little bit of a tension where designers may hand off to their collaborators, who may then go a little bit off-road, designing, tweaking, changing, maybe ultimately getting to a place where the artifact isn't representative of the original intention. So we wanted to find clever ways to keep everybody on the same page, whether you're a professional product designer or a downstream recipient of the original deck. And then finally, ultimately slides are storytelling, and storytelling should be two-way, not one-way. We've all sat in these long presentations, one-way presentations. That's not good storytelling. Two-way storytelling is when both the presenter and the audience are interacting and engaging together. So we built a series of bespoke features that encourage facilitation, voting, interaction, and really live engagement between the product, between the audience and the presenter. So with that being said, I was going to go maybe straight into a demo. I often find in these instances it's easier to just show rather than tell. So if you bear with me here, I'm just going to talk through some of the various features that particularly stand out for me. They kind of cover a bunch of key themes here. But first and foremost, and I guess speaking of themes, we really wanted to kind of establish this workflow whereby designers could create these stunning, beautiful presentation decks, and then others in the company could very quickly build on and rapidly iterate on these designs. And for me as a non-designer, I always joke that if I have a product all hands, I can very quickly go leverage the work of Noah, our VP of design. I can take one of his templates, re-edit it, and very quickly have an incredibly polished, designed slide deck that ultimately I didn't have to do all the hard work to achieve. And that's what we're trying to recreate here with some of this functionality. So let me just jump right in. So I'm going to share over here. hopefully you can all see. So this is our interface. Hopefully it's pretty familiar, and hat tipping to some existing presentation tools. You've got your editing, your prop panel on your right-hand side. You've got speaker notes at the bottom, and then you have your slides to the left. So very quickly, you can click on New Slide, and you can choose from a series of slides in a given template. This one, actually, quite interestingly, maybe is a brand new template that we ourselves just got access to a couple of days ago. It's from our brand refresh that you may have seen. So there's a lot of excitement internally in building internal presentations using this new style, which I personally am a big fan of. So I can very quickly, click New Slide, add a presentation slide from a given template. I can go back out, add a presentation slide from a different template. This is one of our internal FigJam slide templates. And then I guess what I like the most is that, let's say I'm adding a template from a different, or adding a slide from a different template. These obviously don't match up in style. I can go over here to the right-hand side and I can start picking other themes. So I can import a theme, or I can just pick some from these stock themes. I can very quickly kind of bring a given slide in line with other slides that I may have added that are from a different style. So that was the first thing I just wanted to quickly show. I think you'll see some things here that you're used to from before. You can add components very quickly from the bottom bar. You can start swapping out instances, so you can swap things around, and very, very easy to just pull, I guess, from the existing body of work that you've created within your Figma design ecosystem already. That was pretty important for us. We talk a lot about the concept of interoperability. How can we make our different independent products speak to each other and pull from each other and draw from each other in a way that kind of makes the overall value better than the sum of its parts. So you'll start seeing a lot of these concepts flowing through different products. We've worked on some of our original AI functionality here. We're starting to ramp this up in a much more meaningful way. We launched a new feature, which I'm going to talk about at the end of this presentation, and I'm particularly excited about it. We only launched it, I think, 24 hours ago, so I'll demo that one in just a minute. But before that, some of the things that you might expect here: you can remove backgrounds from images, make it more seamless with the given style that you're going for on a slide. One of my more favored features, and I think this one landed pretty well at Config in particular, is you may have seen this, is Tone Dial. So Tone Dial is a pretty kind of cutesy interface. You can click over here, select a text box, click over here, and you can start adjusting tone across this kind of pull and drag interface. So we could make our text more professional and expanded. We could make it more concise and casual. We can pick from a series of presets, make it more executive focused or technical focused. And I found this like a really compelling way to explore and navigate through different options. And it's actually something that we're thinking about how we could apply this interface, this kind of mode of engagement in some of our other products as well, whether it be FigJam or Figma Design. We're really playing around with this interaction modal here and seeing how it could be leveraged in other places. One of my other favorite features, I'm a bit of a visual thinker, is this grid view. I like to primarily design in this view because I can get the overarching narrative and story arc in one kind of visual view, rather than a kind of a more zoomed in slide by slide iterative approach. I like to look at the entire picture in one go. And oftentimes what I'll do is I can drag and reorder quite quickly. I'll create what we internally will call a slide graveyard. Where at the bottom I can just pull up from slides that I may have considered. I can skip slides, I can leave comments, I can review. Oftentimes I'll review asynchronously product review decks in this way, leaving comments, tagging people, and kind of leaving my 2 cents across the surface area of the story arc. So that's another one that I'm particularly keen on. And then this one really, this next thing that I want to show is embedded prototypes. I think this really starts to hint at the interoperability theme that I mentioned, whereby you can design and wire up a prototype in Figma Design. You can embed it in a Figma Slides file. And then as you make subsequent changes to that prototype in Figma Design, we'll live update that in your presentation deck. So just kind of constantly keeping everything in sync. So let me see if this works. So here I am in presentation mode. This is my prototype, live with the audience. I can start clicking through, using the prototype in the actual presentation slide in and of itself. And as I mentioned, this will live and auto update as the team, maybe in the background, are making changes to this prototype. I'll be confident that I always have the latest and greatest version. So let me switch back over here again. The other area that I mentioned that I'm pretty keen on as well is the interactivity. These are the first of what internally we call widgets, and our flaps actually is the internal name. You may remember the internal name for this product before we launched was Flides. So these were then the flaps for the Flides. So let me go back into presentation mode. Let me share my tab. Okay, so the concept here is that, oftentimes what we've noticed internally within our own alignment meetings is that you spend all of this time designing a deck to drive alignment, to seek alignment. You have a varied audience of individuals that may be attending the given meeting. And then let's say someone asks an innocuous question, an innocent question, but somehow you end up rabbit holing and going down a story arc that you weren't really intending on. And you kind of quickly then butt up against the end of the calendar allotted time, the slotted time for the given meeting, and you've realized you didn't actually get the explicit alignment. So sometimes you need to follow up after the fact, DM people on Slack and say, hey, did that resonate? Is this a thing that we can move forward with? Sometimes you need to reset up the meeting all over again because you need that live alignment. And ultimately, it's can be a frustrating experience. The thing that you set out to do isn't what you got done. So we've thought a lot about that, and we've embedded these flaps or created the ability for users to embed these flaps into their presentations. So it could be as simple as saying, hey, yeah, I read the pre-read. We're big on pre-reads here at Figma. So understanding in advance of starting a meeting whether the pre-read was actually done or not will dictate how a given meeting should be started. So if everybody has read the pre-read and you can see, then you can just jump straight into the details, answer the questions, get to the meaty topics. If nobody's pre-read the deck, then you probably need to do some preamble. And instead of saying, hey, that awkward moment at the start of a presentation, hey, have you read this thing? Are you up to speed? Do you want me to catch you up again? You can just kind of quickly solicit that alignment in advance of the meeting. The other one, similar-ish. There's a theme here in terms of the original set of flaps. Just simple polling. So something that we like doing a lot with regards to different directions that we may be proposing, or if we're just trying to solicit alignment on a given outcome, you can vote. The votes are hidden, and then the votes are hidden, and then the moderator can kind of unhide the results so that you can have a more unbiased opinion. And then similarly, we have what we call here our alignment scale, where you can choose, let's say at the end of a given presentation, or if you're looking at, let's say, a roadmap, you can say, hey, I strongly agree here, or I disagree. You can again reveal the results so that initially nobody else can see where anybody else is, which leads to very unbiased set of results and a kind of a lack of a herd mentality in the best way possible. So this is one that I feel we're only really getting going on. This is kind of the original set of flaps that we've gone to market with, but this is an area where we really want to lean in further and really try and create what is the intention, as I said, of a presentation, which is storytelling, which then in turn should be two-way storytelling rather than one-way. Great. And then the last demo that I want to quickly do, this is pretty hot off the press, as I mentioned. It's another hat tip to some of the direction that we're planning on heading with our AI functionality, and we literally just launched this yesterday, so it's kind of cool. Hopefully you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but I'm gonna show you a little example here. So this demo, really hat tips to the theme that I mentioned at the top, around interoperability. We really are trying to make a very conscious, deliberate effort to tie our products together in a very meaningful way, so that you're kind of reducing friction, you're kind of creating this ecosystem where you can seamlessly move from one mode to the other. And this is a hat tip to that. So with this new feature that we just launched yesterday, you can, from a FigJam file, automatically create a slide deck outline. And just to give you maybe a little bit of a behind the scenes on how we kind of arrived at this being an important feature, let me just screen share this screen if I can instead. Let me see. So we're going to go over here. And we're going to go to this FigJam file. So hopefully some of you are familiar with FigJam. FigJam is our online collaborative whiteboarding tool. It's an amazing way to have messy, unstructured, yet captured brainstorms. This is an example FigJam board, imagining a banking app who had run a feedback session with customers. And as you can see here, there's just a ton of feedback that's being captured across a bunch of different themes. And one of the problems that again, much of this is inspired from our own internal hurdles. One of the things that we noticed was that working teams are like really excited to work in this unstructured, messy fashion. But then after the fact, there's a whole kind of manual and large body of work that needs to be done to translate this artifact into something that may be more polished, more presentable, or in a format that's more amenable to maybe how an executive would like to consume information. So the idea here is that you can work messy, but then without having to do the kind of the labor tax or the manual tax of having to clean it up. Instead, you can come up here to the top left-hand side. You can go to File, and you can click Create Figma Slides Outline. That's going to kick us over to here, where we are now in Figma Slides, and we can pick a template for the outline. For me personally, I like to go with the most minimal template because I like to kind of style or design my slides after the fact. So I'm going to go with the light slide template. I'm going to click Create Outline, and then it's going to do its thing. So it's going to ingest all of the information from that unstructured, messy FigJam board, and it's going to create a simple slide deck outline for me. So here we go. So now I've got the same content. Obviously, I need to iterate on this. I need to style it, apply a theme, but I've got the same content from that messy board deck, but I have it from that messy FigJam board, but I have it in a form factor that I know is going to resonate much more with my boss, right? I know that they're going to consume it this way. They can PDF export it. They can, share it with their counterparts as they need to, and really take advantage of the dense information in that unstructured way, but convert it into a different form factor. So again, just another hat tip to this idea that we're moving towards this world of interoperability or seamless transitions between modalities, between form factors, between editing states, and really trying to just blend everything together. So let me come back here one last time. These are the four products that we have live in market today. I think the one I just shared, the demo I just shared, is an example of FigJam to Figma Slides. We're thinking of FigJam to Figma Design, Figma Slides to Figma Design demo to to slides, we're looking at all the possible links, between these products and ways that we can break down barriers between them. That's like a key theme and a key product strategy for us as we enter this next given year. I'm sure many of you all are involved in product planning for 2025 now already too. And this is the word that keeps coming up over and over again in our product circles, at least. It's the interoperability. How can we get the user in the right state with the right editing experience to create the right form, artifact in the right form factor that can then be somewhat malleable and transition between different form factors for different audience types. So I'm personally very excited about this. I'm very, very bullish on Figma slides. I think the connection of the power of designing in Figma slides with many of the features that you're used to, but with the more kind of accessibility for your collaborators to come in and not feel like they're going to break something, feel like they can participate, feel like they can be designers too. I think that's a powerful combination and a kind of a great 1-2 punch. So that's a lot of what was the genesis of Figma slides. It's a little hat tip to where we're going next. And yeah, I thought it might just be fun to share it with you all today. So thank you for having me on. And if we have time for questions, we'd love to take. And if we don't, I'd love to connect on LinkedIn or other places and carry on the conversation.
Great, Brandon. Like, amazing presentation. I saw the announcement of the tool yesterday with the stickers to slides, and I was like, damn. And it really, like, as you said, getting people involved into the process is kind of like super easy when you actually go where they are and give them like the tools that they are expecting to work, or that they didn't even know that could work and just make sense, right? Like I really love how you guys are connecting everything in this beautiful manner and everyone can be ready. Okay, we only have one question. We have a bunch of love for the tone tool because, of course, as you said,
yeah.
The one question that I have, let me bring that up here, is from Margarida Lacerda. And it says, and it's also a super interesting one, any predictions for when FigJam connectors are on Figma design files? I hear this one a lot too.
Connectors are I was going to say daily topic, probably an hourly topic in Figma. So very, very, very pertinent question. So what I can speak to is that I think it's interesting that obviously there's use cases or functionality that exists in some of our features that then don't, and this is a good example where connectors work well in FigJam, maybe less so in Figma Design, and that's really top of mind for us underneath that interoperability theme. And there's a few different ways that we're thinking about it. Is it that for example, should we break down the barriers between the products by allowing pages from one product to be in pages of another, or should there be modalities in one product? You can see in Figma slides where we have design mode, where you can get to more advanced design capabilities, but not necessarily Figma Design the product. So I guess my prompt, I won't reveal too much, but my prompt is like, we're thinking about like what are the right altitudes to start blending these products together. So maybe in the future there are, there's a FigJam mode in Figma Design, or maybe it's a FigJam page in a Figma Design file, or maybe it's a more seamless transition, CTA between the two products that will allow you to achieve what you're trying to achieve. But I think there's a lot behind that question, that we're really thinking about, not just for that specific case, but for our current products, for future products that haven't been announced yet, and trying to build that there's a lot behind the question. They're trying to build that for this like scalable multi-year framework that won't break, versus any one individual. Yeah. But on that one individual, I can appreciate the pain point for sure.
Great. Look, Brendan, we're out of time, but it was a lovely time for sure. I am very much in love with Figma slides as a tool. For those who are gonna be watching the track 1 live stream, I'm literally finishing my talk as I'm here hosting this for you guys. So I'm just rushing and trying to make sure that everything is ready, so that like in 1 hour or so, I'm going on stage and everything is ready to run on Figma slides. But yeah, I thank you so much for being here with us today. I hope we cross paths ever more, and that you can actually bring more of these connections and everything while you're there and joining the Figmates team. All lovely people. I love the Advocates team. We're just really good buddies. But yeah, and thank you so much. For everyone else, we're just gonna stop a little bit so that we can set up for our next fireside chat, and we will be right back. See you in a sec. Okay, guys, it was a quick break, really fast. I tried to make this work. We need to be on time. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. So right now, we're just gonna go and jump ahead into this amazing fireside chat with Lizzie and Catherine from ADP List. And I'm not gonna try and present our speakers because I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your names, specifically Bala, because I know that his name is super long and I keep trying to say it, and I just want to make sure that I'm not messing out. So I'm just gonna welcome to stage Lizzie, Catherine, Jasprit, and Bala, I guess, because I don't want to mispronounce your name. Sorry about that, man. Hello. Okay, so the stage is yours. I'm just gonna give you guys here your slides. The conversation is mentorship in design, and I know that this is something that we really love to talk about. So you guys go ahead and have fun. I'll be right here if you need me. See you in a bit.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really excited to be here. Hi, Jaspreet. Hi, Bala. Hi, Catherine. And hello to everyone that's tuning in from the Layers Conference today. So we're super grateful to have the opportunity to be here. Love to kind of jump in at the previous session. It's perfect because we actually used Figma slides for this, for our PDF presentation. So for those of you that I have not met, my name is Lizzie. I'm the global community lead at a company called ADP List. And I will in a moment introduce Catherine and of course our wonderful guests for our fireside chat today. But first, just a brief overview of kind of why we're here, what we're going to talk about today. So ADP List is actually a global mentorship platform. We have over 30,000 now, as of very recently. We just hit that milestone, which is super exciting. 30,000 mentors from over 150 countries that are mentoring on our platform every single day for free. It's really, really an incredible thing. And we have an amazing, engaged community. And our mentors come from all different disciplines, design, product, we have engineering, we're even seeing more marketers, no-coders on our platform. But ADP List actually stands for Awesome Design People. So it started out of 2020. Our co-founder, Felix, started it out of 2020 as a way to just kind of, be a helper during the pandemic, during the time when we were all feeling insecure, the jobs and people were losing their jobs. We were all stuck at home. There was so much uncertainty. So it started as a simple spreadsheet to have other designers help other designers. And it turned into where we are today as a fully fledged product. We have our own product now, platform with a huge global community. And so we feel very passionate about mentorship, obviously, especially mentorship in design. So a large contingency of our community are designers, right? Which is probably, I'm guessing, what a lot of you all are here for today, and what your medium is. So we feel very passionate about it. And especially, we just had a 2-day conference called Be More, and I was at a lot of our different online sessions, and there was a lot of talk about design, and especially with AI, designers are feeling a bit anxious about, okay, is my job going to become redundant? These are the very super common conversations we were having over the past 2 days. And over and over and over again, we kept hearing that, design is the way to move ahead and to stay relevant, is through doing things like gaining soft skills, being able to become a critical thinker, being able to move up into different parts of companies where you are able to make strategic decisions. And this is the key to kind of feeling like you have that security. And so mentorship is an excellent way of being able to do that. So that's why we're here today. We're going to talk about that. I'm going to stop talking now because I want to hand it over to 2 of our incredible mentors at ADP List. They're also advocates of ADP List. They are some of our official community ambassadors. But first, let me introduce Catherine. So Catherine is actually on our community team. She is our incredible community events manager. Honestly, if you all are familiar with ADP List, you know and you love Catherine already. So Catherine, let me hand it over to you, and I will let you take it away by introducing our panelists and getting it started.
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to be here with you today. I'm based in the US near DC area, so joining you from, a few hours away across the pond. But I'm really excited to be here and introduce these amazing mentors. So yes, as Lizzie mentioned, they're both mentors on ADP List. They're also both ambassadors on different teams at ADP List. We're really fortunate to have 17 different city chapters, Bala representing Amsterdam and Jaspreet representing London. And so I think Bruno is sharing their contact information in the chat or on YouTube comments so that you can find them on LinkedIn and on ADP List if you'd like to seek mentorship from them, just have a chat, etc. So Bala and Jaspreet, I want to give you a chance to do your own little intro if there's anything you want to share about yourself.
Jaspreet.
Hey everyone, I'm Jaspreet. I'm actually also in the same time zone as you right now, Catherine. I'm actually back home for a bit. So I am a UX manager at PwC. I've been in the role for about 6 years now. So definitely seen a lot of kind of changes within the organization. I started out actually being the first UX designer in the team. So definitely been through a bit of a career journey with that. And now we actually have a larger team of people. So it's been a really exciting journey, and it's been a lot of like ups and downs. So when I came across ADP List, I wanted to share my experiences. So I've been a mentor for about a year now. And as mentioned, I'm also the speaker lead for the London chapter.
Hey everybody, my name is Bala. You don't have to worry about my whole name. I am based here in Amsterdam. I am currently working as a senior content designer at IKEA. I've been in this role and in Amsterdam for about a little over 2 years now. Previously, I was living in Berlin. Before that, in Estonia for a bit. My career has been very eventful. Like I started out as an engineer, and then I switched to writing, and then from writing I went into like marketing copy, into tech writing, and then into UX writing, and now that's what I do now. So and I've been with ADP List for about 3 years now, I think, and it just seemed like a very nice initiative. And that was also the time when I was in Europe, in my early days in Europe, and I was trying to navigate the everything that's happening around me. So I thought maybe this is something that people would want to know, so that maybe they can learn from my experiences and not have to go through all of that themselves. So that was one of my primary motivations to join ADP List, and also to kind of give a stage for content design as a practice, because it's more often than not very ignored. So great to be here.
Thank you both so much. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Bala before, and when I met him, I told him his name was the coolest I had ever seen. It's intimidating, but it's definitely the coolest I've ever seen in my entire life. But so yeah, as Leslie mentioned, we have a lot of really interesting things we want to dive into with Bala and Jaspreet today. So we're just gonna go ahead and get started. So our first, topic is we want to dive into the importance of mentorship in design. So why don't we go first to Jaspreet. To kick us off today, tell us about one of your most meaningful mentorship experiences, either as a mentee or as a mentor. How did this experience affect you?
So this is really, really difficult because there's been a lot of great experiences. So it's hard to like narrow down to just one actually. One scenario that I had with a mentee was it was a lady that was really struggling with some self-confidence. And also there was a few things that she was like having challenges with. So we kind of spoke a little bit about, why she was feeling that way, maybe like what the kind of root cause was of that kind of low self-confidence. And we explored a few different areas, and later on she was actually able to get a job. Like she was like able to successfully land a new role. So it was like a really interesting kind of experience, because going from such a low point to such a high point was just like amazing. Like watching her journey was like super, super inspiring. And it also really showed me like the power of mentorship, because I think sometimes we see things that maybe other people don't, or maybe it could be one of those things where it's like maybe she's suffering through it, but other people don't view it that way, right? So yeah, it was like really, really exciting. But there's been like so many stories. Like I could probably share like probably 50 plus different stories, but I think that was one where it was just like really, really exciting for me.
Definitely.
And for her.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure you've been with ADPLS now for over a year. I'm sure you have tons of, tangible and intangible, wins that you've seen with your mentees, which is amazing. How about you, Bala? Do you have a really significant mentorship experience you can?
Yeah, there was one that comes to mind. This was a mentee back in India who was struggling as the only content designer at his job. And it was ironic because I had just left a very similar position in one of my jobs at Estonia, actually. And then I had just moved to Berlin, and I had just started mentoring. And this guy, he walks up to me, he basically says, I need to set up a chat with you because I'm going through this stuff. And it was basically like talking to myself, like a time traveled version of myself from the past. It was so uncanny. And at the same time, it was so, in a way, it was also like, I don't know if I'm right to say this. It was, it gave me validation in the sense that I was not the only person to go through that, that experience. And I think he also got the exact same validation from him, for himself, from me. So it was very nice to walk him through that process and how I handle things, or what I did, and how I came out on top or did not, or whatever. So it was a very, very organic conversation, and we were at every single time we were constantly drawing parallels. Like he would say something, I was like, that is exactly what happened to me, and then we'll have a conversation about it. And then when I went back to India, actually, I even met with him in person, and I think it was a really nice experience for me personally as a mentor. It was very gratifying to see him take my learnings and put them to practice in his life, and kind of get by his situation. It was very nice.
That's amazing. I'm so glad you two had the chance to meet in person too. I love that. A lot of ADPLS mentors cite that they're here at ADPLS because they feel like they didn't have someone to mentor them when they were starting their career. So a lot of mentors, it's validating to them in their experience, and it's especially helpful, as you mentioned, for the mentee who's going through like the exact same thing. They have someone to guide them through it. Thank you both. Now let's go to our next question. Bala, I'll start off with you. How do mentors help bridge the gap between design education and the practical demands of the industry? This is kind of thinking about like different design education right now. There's been a lot of, I guess, criticism of how it's being handled today.
I would go back to my earlier point of life experiences. So it boils down to establishing a connection between what you're learning in theory and how you put it to practice. So sometimes when you're learning something new, it's very hard for you to figure out how to implement that in your everyday. So if there's somebody who can help you through that, saying, oh, this is how exactly, this is a great book, I read it, and then this is how I implemented that in my everyday work, or these are the lessons I carried from that into my everyday work, and then show them the value, saying, okay, this is when I did that, this is how it benefited me. And then so that, I think that's what mentorship brings to this scenario, like to bridging education and real life experience.
Right. So they're there for, guiding through the actual, real events that are happening. Got it.
Sure.
How about Jaspreet? What do you think?
So I think this is a pretty hot topic right now in the industry because there's so many different types of design programs that you can get involved with. I think on the positive side, it's a great opportunity because you can have so many different learning pathways, and it's not just about like, oh, you have to go to design school. There's like different ways of kind of entering the space. On the other side, I think some of that like practical hands-on experience can only really be done in a business environment. So it can be really hard to actually mix like the academic learning with the real world application. So I think having a mentor allows you to kind of gain those insights that you might not get like in, like let's say like a master's program or like a boot camp, for instance. So I know some of the programs now kind of also allow you to kind of go out and meet with clients and like do kind of real world projects and stuff, which I think is like a great thing to do. So I think it's about kind of sharing insights, learning from your mentors, and also kind of I always encourage my mentees to kind of find some sort of business problem, whether it's like working with like maybe a friend that owns a business or like maybe like an entrepreneur or something, like maybe some freelancing. It's always good to kind of get that like back and forth feedback from somebody. It can be really hard, especially if you're doing self-learning, because you don't really have that kind of give and take, right? So I think, it's like really important to kind of get that business side of this like area. Oh, I think you're on mute, Catherine.
Sorry, I realized halfway through. Thank you. Thank you both so much for answering this question. I think it goes back to there's kind of this taught script in school, design or otherwise, regardless of what industry you're in. A lot of times there's like a script taught, like here's the path that you follow. But I like what you said, Jaspreet, about there being a lot of different learning pathways. And sometimes people have to pivot, especially in today's current market. There's a lot of people who are struggling to find jobs in what they studied for. So sometimes you have to pivot. Sometimes you're in the role and you have to pivot then too. So I think there's a lot of, curveballs that are thrown in the real world. So I have another question. And then I'll pass off to Lizzie. So this question is, how do you balance providing guidance with allowing mentees to explore their own ideas and solutions? Let's start off with Jaspreet.
So I really believe in more of like a holistic mentorship approach, and like really supporting your mentees where they are in their current career. So I do share my opinions, and kind of share like maybe some options that could be available, but ultimately it is up to like mentees and also like up and coming designers to kind of explore what makes sense for them. And sometimes it's also like, I've had a few instances where sometimes people just need to like vent, and maybe they just need to get some ideas out there and maybe get some feedback. So it's about being adaptable as well, and making sure that you help people wherever they are like in their journey.
Thank you so much. How about you, Bala? What do you think on this one?
I'm totally with Jaspreet on this. So it's sometimes all you have to do is just sit there and listen and be a sounding board, and they'll just bounce everything off of you, and they'll come to their own conclusions. Another thing that I like to do is try to play the lawyer. So I'm not leading the witness in any way, So I try to keep the conversations or the discussions very open-ended, so that the mentee has more, is not constrained in any way by my thoughts or my experiences. They should of course learn from it, but they should not be constrained by it, saying, okay, so this is how I have to do it. So I try to keep these conversations very open, and try and talk as little as possible. It's very hard, but and more listening, less talking, and it's more like kind of like let's put it kind of like a guided meditation, let's say. So I'm with them, walking the same path, but I'm not gonna be like, okay, so this is the path you have to take. I'll probably be like, which path should we take? And we'll take that path together and journey down that path. So
yeah, definitely. I've never heard someone put it as playing the lawyer, but I think that's a really interesting, trying not to get too like heated or too involved in, or what is the word, like invested in how something goes, or how a mentee decides to action on your advice. So I think that's a really interesting way of putting that. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to pass it off to Lizzie, who has some more questions for our amazing panelists.
Yes. Okay. So next question. Thank you, Catherine. So we're going to talk about design teams, content design, any team really. How can they foster a culture of mentorship, right? So we talked about earlier, or I talked about earlier, some of the things we've been learning this week. One of the key things we keep hearing is designers feeling like they're kind of in a silo in a lot of companies potentially, and also that they don't necessarily, they aren't set up for success in that way, where maybe they don't have a team that is conducive to iterative feedback, continuous feedback, and mentoring. So I'm curious, what's your take on this? Have you experienced this before at your own companies? Were you able to do anything to change it, or do you have just a general hot take on how design teams can do a better job of fostering this culture of mentorship in the workplace, right? Sorry, I'll start with you, Bala.
This is a great one. So I think the culture of mentorship starts a few steps after something else that needs to be achieved. First of all, you have to have like a very, there needs to be no ego within the team. They have to be very open. There has to be a culture of curiosity. There have to be a culture of collaboration, and also a culture of security. Like people should feel secure to be able to give and take advice and help from their peers and their managers, for maybe even. So when this happens, that will lead to a culture of mentorship. So so these are like, in my mind, I think these are the foundations upon which a culture of mentorship will be built. Being transparent, being willing to listen and give and receive feedback, being respectful, and having open lines of communication, and treating everybody with I just say that. Yeah.
That's a great point. So that's like the foundation. That's the ground level. You have to start there. You can't build, sure, you could build like a systematic approach to creating a design mentorship program, but if you don't have those foundational things in place, then you have a problem. And so those need to be addressed first, because to your point, if your employees or your mentee, your junior designers, let's say, don't feel safe, they don't feel like they can safely, provide, talk to their manager about what they're struggling with. You're not going to be able to build into mentorship into the way your team operates. Yeah, that's a great point. I hope we see more of that. I hope we see more of this type of culture in teams. Curious, Jaspreet, your thoughts, any around this topic specifically?
I mean, I totally agree with everything that Paul said. Just to add two things. So mentorship doesn't always have to be kind of like a long-term engagement, right? So like there could be formal mentorship, there could be informal mentorship. So with formal mentorship, maybe you're having more of a committed relationship between a mentor and a mentee, and it could be over a course of time, right? But another approach could be informal, where you're sharing knowledge like on the fly, and even sharing insights maybe during like design reviews and stuff like that. So I think it's really important for senior team members, especially, to make themselves available to provide that support to junior designers. And I think it goes back to what Bala was saying about creating that kind of environment to allow that to happen, and also allow an environment for like constructive feedback, and also kind of sharing successes and maybe improvements that you can move forward with. So I think it's like, it definitely seems like it's kind of almost like it could either be a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach, depending on the kind of organization that you're in.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That makes a lot of sense. Cool. Thank you. That was great. So let's see. Next question that we have for you all is still under the same vein of, building a culture of mentorship. Do you have any like practical steps for integrating mentorship into like a daily workflow? So if, let's say, all right, our team is jiving, we've got this foundational place and set, like Bala was speaking to, we have a great team, we all feel safe with each other, there's a culture of feedback. Just to give folks that are like tuning in, I know that I'm the type of person when I go to conferences and I listen to talks, I want like a tangible example of like, okay, but what's something I can like maybe do next? Do you have anything you've seen, maybe even if it's not in your team, or any ideas or something you've seen in practice or have heard of in books you've read of like, is there something kind of, practical that you can integrate? So I know, Jaspreet, you were just talking about it doesn't always have to be long-term, but even just creating those feedback loops in the moment. Is there anything you can think of specifically to this? I'll start with you, Jaspreet.
Sure. So I think it's about realizing your team's strengths and weaknesses, and also leveraging the fact that those strengths and weaknesses exist. So if somebody maybe has kind of a weakness in a specific area and somebody else has a strength in that, like as a leader, kind of pairing those people up so that they know who to kind of like speak to about specific topics. I'm really a huge fan of like a buddy system. So like a senior designer might work with a junior designer, and it allows kind of an opportunity for reverse mentorship as well. Like it's not always one-sided, which is like a really cool experience, I think. And I also think it's important for leadership, like what we were just talking about, to foster that environment and encourage feedback. So it might be helpful to have some sort of like design review document so you can outline like what the problem is and what you're trying to get feedback on. So I think there's like a few different strategies that you can try, but the first one would be definitely doing sort of like a skills assessment of where the team currently is and pairing people up so that they can learn from each other. And then the second one is kind of almost formalizing a little bit more of a design review, and making sure that you're actually getting constructive feedback on the things that you want feedback on. I think those two things could be helpful.
I love that. I love the idea of pairing people up depending upon the skill set. That's really brilliant. Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. What do you think, Bala? Anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, so a lot of the design rituals are, if you look at them, they're basically, like some sort of mentorship. Like, for example, if you run weekly crit sessions, which we do at our work, like with my team, and we also do show and tells, like these also, obviously, if we're doing these, it means that we're very comfortable putting ourselves out there and showing our work and sharing our work with each other. We know that it's going to be a safe space. It's going to be a healthy discussion, and we're going to come out of it stronger and with better work. So things like this. And also, I will also go back to pairing. We do it slightly differently. We do like shadowing, because, for example, if somebody's coming in new, it's a great way for them to get integrated and kind of hit the ground running. It could also be hard sometimes to like just pick up stuff and run with them. So that in those cases, we like have them shadow us who've already been working on this project, for example. And during this, we also like after the I mean, if we're in a meeting, we're probably shadowing, but then we're also like going back and having our own discussions. We're like sounding ideas off of each other and trying to understand how much this new person understood, for example, from the work that I've been doing, or anything that they see that I've missed. So it goes both ways, because since I've been in it for so long, it's very easy to be like have like a horse vision. So it's great to have the external like fresh perspective as well. So yeah, these are the things that these happen more often than you would think. So they're not like particularly demanding in terms of effort. They're just like integrated into our weekly routine. So it kind of becomes part of our routine and our work lives.
I love that. It's integrated. It doesn't have to feel so like this is a thing and we're doing it now. It's just this is just how we do things. I love that. And both of you kind of touch on this a little bit. One of the things we hear from mentors at ADP List a lot is how, mentorship it really is a two-way street, right? Like, we hear a lot, and in my experience mentoring as well on ADP List, is I definitely learn a lot about myself. And on the beginning of my mentorship journey, I also gained a lot of confidence because I kind of had that imposter syndrome when I first started, that was like, I don't have anything to share, I don't know how to mentor people because I'm still learning myself. But that's the beauty of it. It's something else that we talk about a lot, is that mentorship doesn't just have to be at this one stage in your career. It can be this continuous thing. And I think that these like kind of like rituals that you guys are speaking to kind of lends itself to that. It is this like symbiotic relationship, which is like I don't know why that word just came to me. It feels like science class, but yeah, that's great. I love it. Okay, so we have one more question, and then we'll see if there are any questions from, I guess, the YouTube chat. We're not able to see them in real time, but we'll see. And then, yeah, we'll keep going. Okay, so we've talked a lot about, what it means to mentor for the mentee and different strategies and approaches of how you can kind of foster this. One thing is professional development. So a lot of our mentors at ADP List also say one of the benefits for joining, not only of it being this two-way street and they learn a lot about themselves, they develop skill sets from becoming a mentor, that it's also helped their professional development. So I'm curious if you guys have anything to add here from your own personal experiences. Has mentorship helped you kind of accelerate your own professional development, your own skill set, kind of what we've just been talking about here, even like your career path in any way, So yeah, curious about that. Bala, why don't you start?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps in the sense that, first of all, you're not going to have, for example, if you're learning from somebody, you're probably not going to make the mistakes they've already made. So you're saving time and effort there. The way I see it, I think of it as like a Google map to a destination. It's like the most optimized route to get somewhere. So it may still be winding, but then it'll definitely not be too squiggly, and you'll not be going in circles where you are. So you're constantly moving forward, and I think that's how mentorship helps kind of accelerate our professional development and get to where we want to go a little quicker than the person who's helping you.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Love that. That's a great perspective. What about you, Jaspreet? Curious
so
to
I was
hear.
actually gonna share something really similar. The analogy is like, it's almost like having a study guide for an exam.
Yeah.
So as a student, you still need to put in the effort and kind of do your own learning, and you're not going to get all the answers to like an exam, right? But a good mentor will kind of question you on your goals and help you kind of achieve them. So it's almost like having a little bit like almost like a cheat sheet or like a study guide for a test. I think one of the beauties of mentorship in my last year of doing this has been definitely increasing my own self-confidence. Like, I never thought of myself as kind of someone that could help other people, but really reflecting on everything that I've been through in my career so far, I'm like, yes, I do have insights to share. Like, hopefully whatever stuff that I've been through can kind of help somebody else, right? Like I mentioned before, I used to be a solo designer, so there wasn't really anyone for me to go to. So I can definitely resonate and kind of empathize with a lot of people, because it's not an easy, situation to be in. I've also done the kind of career transition thing too. Like, I used to be a project manager, got into UX. I've done like the boot camp thing. I've done the master's thing. So it's like, there's so many different kind of facets of experience that I can pull from. So it's really kind of helped me realize like who I am as a leader, and also who I am as like a person. I know it sounds like super like philosophical, but it's definitely like helped me a lot, actually.
I love that. No, that makes complete sense. You almost learn more about what your angle and your take is on things and your perspective. It helps to clarify it the more that you put it into practice and mentoring. It's kind of like how people say like journaling, getting the things out of your head and onto paper really helps you to visualize and see the reality of who you are and what your thought process is. And, it may be a similar kind of thing happens in mentorship. I've noticed that with myself as well. And then you kind of hone that. So awesome. This was so helpful. I really love hearing from you two. I talk to Bala and Jaspreet every single week on Slack. We talk a lot about planning events because they are, like we said, our ambassadors for the respective cities, Amsterdam and London, which means they plan incredible events in these cities. They bring our ADP list community together. So we talk about events a lot. It's been really special to get to sit here, even for just 35 minutes, and talk to you guys about mentorship. You know, that's what brought us together in the first place, was ADP list. And so it's really, really beautiful and great to hear both of you and your perspectives as mentors and your career journey. So thank you both so much for joining us. So let's see. Okay, Bruno says there aren't any questions on YouTube, but Catherine actually said she has a question. So let's get Catherine. Catherine actually works at ADP List. Catherine and I are also both, we both kind of like were in design for a bit, and then we are career transitioners like you, Jaspreet. But Catherine is like a super active mentee on ADP List. So which I love. I love that you're always, you know, booking mentee calls, and I love that. So she has some questions, I think, from this conversation to kind of add, and then we'll close it out for the day.
Definitely. Yeah, just a brief, I guess, like intro to my journey is I started on ADP List as a mentee, became an ambassador where Bala and Jaspreet are now, and then I joined the team. But I still seek mentorship on there, and I literally wouldn't be where I am without it. Before working for ADP List, I was a solo designer for a little while, and it was really challenging. And I was booking calls so much because I just really needed, you know, the support and guidance. So I have a few questions that some folks in the audience might be interested in. So imposter syndrome is a really hot topic as well. It's a challenge for many designers, even those with decades of experience. It's something I've talked about with my mentor, and I'm surprised that he still feels imposter syndrome, you know, with all the wisdom that he shared with me. How did you know that you were ready to become a mentor to others?
I mean, I can take this one. So I think whenever you go through some sort of challenge, it's like an opportunity. I think anything in life is, you know, that can probably relate to anything in life, especially your career. So I think there's like two ways of kind of handling a scenario like that. So either you want to share your knowledge and help other people and maybe maybe alleviate some of those pain points that other people could be experiencing, or you expect people to kind of maybe go through the same challenges you have because maybe that's just the kind of person you are. So I prefer the first option. It's about kind of helping people not be in the same kind of situation that you've been in. The really like the empathy part of it really comes out strong here. So I think anytime you have insights that you can share that you feel could be helpful to others, like I think you should 100% become a mentor. I've had a few people, like even in my team, that have said like, hey, I'm a junior designer, like I can't really help anyone else, right? And it's like, no, actually being a junior designer or someone that maybe just entered the field, I think their experience and knowledge is probably so helpful for people that are trying to get into design or that are up and coming, because they can really relate. Like if it's someone that just got a job and it's like a year down their journey versus someone that's like 10 years down their journey, it's like a completely different experience, right? So even if you're a junior designer, even if you're someone that just, you know, got a new role, I think it's a great thing to kind of share those insights and help other people, especially within the design community. I think people are really good about that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think anytime you have something that you can share, you definitely should.
I just want to add one quick point to that. So when I started, I did not look at it as mentoring, because that could make it seem very daunting, and then that's probably when the imposter syndrome kicks in. I'm still the guy who thinks everybody in the room knows more than I do. So the way I looked at it was more like, I have a story to share. I'm going to share my story. And if that helps somebody, great. If not, cool. So I think mentorship boils down to shared stories.
Okay, I love that approach, Bala. That's a really nice, I'm going to probably use that. I will quote you. That's really, really nice. And it's also really quickly, sorry, I'm like interrupting, I'm going out of turn, but I tend to, when I meet a new mentee, I typically start off by saying, this is my perspective. I am one person. And I usually recommend that they speak to many different people and get their own perspectives, because this is just my story, as you say, right? And someone else might have a different story with a different approach. And then take all of that. And then I usually say, like, kind of try to decide for yourself what makes the most sense. So I love that approach. I'm going to start using that, but I will quote you. Anyway, okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Thank you both so much. I've heard a lot of mentors kind of, talk about imposter syndrome, how they still feel it, even if they've been mentoring for a long time. So, and some have even asked me lately, like, how do I know when I'm ready to actually like make the jump from mentee to mentor? And I didn't know, because, like, I think it was Bala that mentioned earlier, or maybe it was just Bree, mentorship is both formal and informal. You can kind of casually do it at work with friends. It happens in, regular day-to-day life. But some people still look at it as this kind of scary thing, like, how do I know when I'm ready? But thank you both so much for answering all of our questions today. I was just jotting down a lot of notes while you both were talking. Like Lizzie said, we've both learned a lot from this, and we love talking to our mentors. So for anyone in the audience who's interested in getting started mentoring, either like formally or informally, what's the one thing that you would recommend they do, tomorrow?
So, I mean, this might not be related directly to mentorship, but I think it's really important to surround yourself with like-minded individuals. So if it's people that are within a career that you're trying to get into, or if they're already in the career that you want, it just helps you know that you're not alone. And it's also a great opportunity to like learn from each other. I think we kept saying that like this whole chat, right? Like having an opportunity to learn is probably like the biggest kind of positive that you can get from mentorship. So, and also if you're dealing with like imposter syndrome and stuff like that, it can help to kind of speak to someone else about it. And you can also reflect on like all the amazing qualities and things that you've done so far in your career. So, yeah, I think it's about learning and like not feeling alone. So if you're in a situation right now where you don't have that guidance or you're looking for that guidance, definitely reach out to a mentor, because I think it could open up a lot of doors for you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say start by taking stock of things that have worked in your life so far, things that have not gone your way. So things that have worked are stories that you should share, and things that are not working or haven't worked out is where you get mentorship from somebody. So, and then you start somewhere.
Amazing. Thank you both so much. Lizzie, is there anything else you wanted to ask Bala and Jaspreet?
I don't have any other questions. I just have a lot of gratitude for both of you. Thank you so much for this great conversation, for sharing your perspective with everyone today, and also for sharing your time on ADP List. I mean, specifically, I know you probably mentor. I know Bala mentors off the platform. You probably mentor informally in your own jobs, but also, coming to ADP List and doing it is super intentional, and so I'm just super grateful. We all are, for both of you guys. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, and thank you so much to everyone here. Thank you, Bruno, for hosting us. What an incredible conference. I hope the in-person is going well, and maybe some of our ambassadors in Lisbon are hosting a breakfast tomorrow for this conference attendees. So definitely attend if you're interested.
Yes, and if you guys don't know where to find the link for the picnic, just head to our website. We have it under other activities on our agenda, and just register, show up. I'll try to be there tomorrow, even though we still have to disassemble this gigantic event over here on this side. But yeah, guys, I really loved hearing you guys talk. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for this moment. And since we're done here, all I gotta say is thanks for everyone that was listening so far. We're going to enter on a break now, and our online track will be back at around 3:30 p.m. Lisbon time. Until then, see you guys.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades.
What happens when creativity and process team up? What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório do Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios,
simplificar e inovar,
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. É só preciso nos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco!
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
Tangível nasceu em 2004. Podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira, porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então, nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
E há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
inovação e experiência,
bom ambiente,
confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente na empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo, era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco.
We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Creating a portfolio site shouldn't be so hard. I just want to build my portfolio, but these tools are so complicated.
Skip the hassle of no-code tools. Publish your Figma prototype to your own domain with ease. Ease connects your prototypes to custom domains, letting you edit your website content directly from Figma. Try it now.
What happens when creativity and process team up? Bliss happens.
A Tangível nasceu em 2004, podemos dizer que foi uma empresa genuinamente pioneira porque não existia nem mercado, nem na oferta, nem na procura.
A nossa metodologia é a metodologia do Human Centered Design. Entender o tipo de pessoas que vão utilizar a app antes dela ser feita. Então nós não saltamos passos.
Uma coisa que a Tangível tem é este espírito de equipa entre as pessoas. Toda a gente tem uma voz e pode ser ouvida, e acho que isso é uma coisa que é bastante valorizada de todos os elementos aqui da equipa.
Muita flexibilidade e muito equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e profissional.
Tu chegas à Tangível e sentes-te em casa, rapidamente crias laços muito fortes.
O trabalho que fazemos aqui no escritório de Lisboa, mais escritório de Coimbra, mais escritório de Porto, impacta a vida de 260 milhões de pessoas.
No nosso laboratório é muito interessante os nossos clientes poderem ver os utilizadores a interagirem com a app em novas funcionalidades antes dessas funcionalidades irem para o mercado.
Do ponto de vista de crescimento, no início de 2017 éramos 12. Teremos passado agora recentemente os 160. 30% do que nós fazemos já vem de empresas internacionais, portanto o crescimento tem sido muito rápido, é muito bom, é muito interessante para todos.
Também são profissionais extremamente dedicados e que também é aliado com os movimentos no dia-a-dia, como os nossos team buildings. É muito importante esses momentos também para ligar, para além da parte profissional, ligar essa parte pessoal no dia-a-dia, que também é preciso nesses momentos.
É uma empresa muito familiar, diria, uma empresa em que nos reconhecemos como seres humanos, de braços abertos uns para os outros.
De facto, e isto eu sei que é um clichê, mas nós temos isto mesmo impregnado, nós somos uma grande família.
A minha experiência na Tangível tem sido uma experiência de crescimento e tem sido uma experiência muito positiva, mas sinto que tenho crescido bastante enquanto designer e também enquanto pessoa.
e há muito boa disposição e vontade de ensinar e de aprender.
Por isso, recomendo a todos terem esse contacto e a Tangível é um sítio ideal para isso.
Comunidade,
Inovação e experiência.
bom ambiente.
Confiança e novos desafios.
Simplificar e inovar.
A iPhone é uma empresa que o seu core business é o outsourcing, ou seja, a maior parte das vezes vai estar a trabalhar nos clientes da própria iPhone.
É uma empresa especialista dentro deste mercado, dentro de tudo o que tem a ver com UX, com UI, com Research, Service Design e até mesmo Front-End Development e tudo o que tenha interface nós conseguimos desenvolver.
Realmente isto é uma empresa diferente. É uma empresa que se preocupa, é uma empresa que aposta em nós e que acredita em nós, sobretudo. É uma empresa com projetos super aliciantes, diferentes, equipas top.
Eu acho que a iPhone é uma empresa muito humana, muito acolhedora.
Se eu tivesse de dizer em poucas palavras, diria união, amizade, acompanhamento. É como uma espécie de uma grande família, onde eles nos dão suporte, tentar de alguma forma melhorar o nosso processo.
Somos uma empresa dinâmica, sem tabus, sem qualquer tipo de julgamento. Aquilo que nós procuramos é que a tua experiência em projeto no cliente seja a melhor e a iPhone está por trás a poder-te ajudar naquilo que precisares.
Uma equipa jovem, não há dramas, não há aquelas confusões normais de empresas. Até se for preciso vamos beber uma cerveja depois do trabalho. E tem tudo para correr bem.
Mas eu acho que aquilo que a iPhone tem que mais nos valoriza é ser uma empresa de pessoas para pessoas e atendermos às reais necessidades para que no final do dia as pessoas possam estar a trabalhar da melhor forma possível.
É super possível crescer pessoalmente, profissionalmente.
Podes rapidamente acelerar a carreira e chegar a sítios mais altos.
Gestores de projeto top e tratamos muito bem, muitas festas, muita cerveja, muita comida e muita bebida.
Acredito que é um lugar que eu possa crescer, que eu possa me desenvolver na minha profissão. Tenho gostado bastante de trabalhar aqui.
Nós temos uma série de eventos que se baseiam não só na nossa equipe interna, como alguns deles até são abertos a toda a comunidade de UX em Portugal. Por isso, o nosso team building é muito feito através de eventos.
De convívio da equipa e com os eventos dos consultores, que é sempre muito giro. Temos uma parte de festa muito presente da empresa, o que é ótimo.
A iPhone faz vários eventos ao longo destes meses que eu tenho estado aqui na equipa e o ambiente é fantástico. Eu acho que a iPhone é uma excelente empresa para se trabalhar. No fundo era aquilo que eu procurava. Então, em resumo, eu aconselharia assim a candidatar-se e vir fazer parte aqui da iPhone.
Venham conosco. We are a global community of digital experience creators.
Hello everybody, welcome to our rest of our event. My name is Emanuel Souza. I'm going to be the host for the next two sections because Bruno is doing a live presentation in our event in Lisbon. Our next guest is Farid Sabitov. He's going to do a presentation about efficient design system inventory, a practical workshop. It's going to be something interactive with our viewers. Hope you enjoy. I will call Farid to the stage now. Hello, Farid.
Hey, Portugal.
Welcome. Yes, everything is ready. You ready to show us what you got for us?
Yes. So I'm sharing my screen. You can see it, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Great.
I think it's on. It's on. Yeah.
Great. So let's get started. So I'm joining all of you guys from California. So it's early morning. I have my coffee ready. So I'm ready to share with you a couple of things related to the design system and how you could conduct this design system inventory workshop. I will share some interesting practices and also tools that will help you to speed up your process. Okay, let's get started. So my name is Friends of Figma. I'm Design Ops Enabler. I'm a community advocate at Figma. I also have my own Friends of Figma chapter, Design Ops. So at the end of the session, I will be sharing with you the template that you will be able to use with your teams to actually conduct the design system inventory. We will be taking a look into one of the examples from Atlassian, and we will discuss the best practices on how you can tag and how you can actually do the inventory of your components so that the engineers, the designers, the product managers could connect and align all together. Great, so let's think about what is the design system inventory workshop. So the primary goal of design system inventory workshop is to identify and catalog patterns and components used across products, flows, and features. This process helps teams to recognize which components can be reused and where standardization is needed. So we can take any web product that we have, right, and start actually going into every part of the product to actually understand which kind of components do we have within our design system, which kind of components we would like to deprecate or archive in the future, and what kind of new components are added by other product teams. So this workshop helps you to do this tagging and inventorization of your components, so you'll have a backlog of all the things that you'll need to have in the future. So when is design system inventory is needed? So there are a couple of stages where the design system inventory will be required for your design system project or team. So the first one is when you're building a new design system from scratch. So you can go through all the other design systems that are available on the market, or maybe products in your similar domain, and just start tagging and understanding what kind of components do they have, what are the naming conventions are they using, and what kind of variations do they have. Maybe you've missed some of them, and this workshop will help you to understand which kind of extra states you will need to add to your design system components. The second part is starting a design system with an existing product. So the first one was related to when you don't have a design system at all, and the second one is related to the scenario where you have existing products. So let's imagine that we are working as a part of Atlassian team, right? We have a product, but we don't understand which kind of components are being used where and what kind of components we would like to add to our backlog for the next release, for example. So in that case, you will be going through the product, and that will be the example of today's session, where we will take Jira as a product of Atlassian, and we will do the design system inventory process for them. The third one is improving adoption of existing design system. So making a design system is one stage, but making sure that people are actively using your design system and knowing what your design system is a little bit more complex. So that's why these design system inventory workshops could be also used for onboarding and adoption trainings with your design system customers. So you can share with them, you can start a workshop with them saying like, here is our product, here is where our design system components are being used, the way how we structure them, the way how we name them, the way how variations do we have, will help people to understand the context of usage of your components. The fourth one is the design critique sessions or code reviews. So during the design critique sessions where we are creating a new feature, we can also use design system inventory workshop in order to understand within the new feature set what kind of components are being added, or maybe what kind of variations are being added that we didn't cover within our design system. So this also will help to align with your design system customers and make sure that all the new things that they are adding are actually being added to the design system. And the last one is for more mature teams, is when you have multiple design systems and maybe you have a couple of them within your enterprise organization, and you're trying to understand which kind of components, which kind of component families will be related to one design system or another. In some examples that I've seen so far, some teams, some enterprise organizations, they have a global design system, and then they have product or domain specific design systems with more detailed components that might not be needed for all the products that we have within our organization, but they are crucial for our specific domain. And this design system inventory workshop will help you to understand within the products, which kind of design system components are being used. So how often is the design system inventory required? So you might have different stages of your design system maturity, right? But in the early stages, you can just do the ad hoc inventory workshops where you have the problem, you create a workshop, you just do that with your team in order to understand what kind of things we can add or maybe work in the future. In the growth phase, you will be thinking about integrating your design system inventory workshop within the regular inventories sessions or design critiques. And for established systems, you will have more collaborations with your cross-team members and also have maybe cross-product inventory reviews within your organization. So what are the 4 core aspects of design system? I will go through that really quickly because I want to spend more time in the workshop itself. But there are 4 things, right? There are patterns. The patterns, they are representing, for example, how we are onboarding our new users to the system. It might be a set of components used as a flow in order to solve specific business objective, right? Business case. The second one is the components. Our favorite part is the building blocks for our design system. The tokens, all the colors, spacings, typography could be part of that. And the last one is assets. All the icons, maybe illustrations or images that are used within your product itself. So what are the 3 main questions to answer during this workshop? And it's like really crucial. This is the core part of this design system inventory workshop, is how we group things. So when we will have a product, when we will create a sitemap, we will able to understand and work with our team in order to, for example, gather all the search bar components within our product. So it will be also important for the other team members to understand how exactly you're grouping things. And in that case, some people are using atomic design, where they are structuring things as template, as template, organism, molecule, and atoms. In some other cases, people are using template, component, and element. So, but it will be really interesting to show your design system customers the way how you're actually grouping things and how you are making them connected to each other. The second question is, how do we name things? So there might be a lot of different variations of the same component. So for example, there might be a navigation bar. Other people might call it as a menu. Other people might call it something else, right? So aligning and also capturing the mental models from your design system customers during this workshop will help you to create this extra tagging system on the background. So when people will be searching for your components, you could also add additional names on top of your main component name so that you will be able to improve the searchability. And the last one is, what kind of variations do we have? So I will show you how you can actually do that within your design system inventory workshop. So let's get started. I'm very excited to share with you the template. It's called Design System Inventory Workshop. So if you would like to do that in parallel with me, I will highly recommend you just to go into the Figma community. Here is the link, and just open it in FigJam so you will be able to see and follow me in the same session and understand where we are. Okay, let me share the link in the chat. So hopefully people can access it. So here is the community file. You can just open in FigJam and start doing that in parallel within your environment. So as a part of this workshop, you will be having 3 main sections. The first one is theory, and this is all the things that I've discussed in like first 5 minutes, where it's mostly for internal usage, but if your team is just starting, it will be great to do the quiet readout so everyone will be on the same page, where we are talking about the definition of design system, when the design system is needed, and how often you need to do that, and what kind of core aspects of design system are, and what kind of main questions to answer during this design system inventory workshop. The second part is for you as a facilitator of this workshop, more like a guideline where you will be able to see and understand what kind of things you need to do before the workshop, during the workshop, and also after the workshop. So, and the last part is the working area itself, where you will able to visualize the product sitemap and then start working on the components and do the inventory. So I will go through this process together with you, so you will able to understand the purpose, and also if you will have any questions, I would love to answer them. Okay, let's go through the guidelines first. We went through the theory and we can dive deeper into the guidelines. So there are a couple of things that you need to perform in order before conducting this workshop, right? First of all, you need to create a sitemap of your product. So here is the example of how it looks like, right? So let's imagine that we are working as a part of Atlassian. Here's the Atlassian product. And we have Jira as a product where we would like to conduct this design system inventory. The things that I'm using is there are three extensions that I will highly recommend. So all the links are available here. They're in section called Tools to Use. The first one is the window resizer, and the second one is full page screen capture. The window resizer will help you to set up the width of your browser, for example, 1440 pixels, so that you will have standard width resolution across all the screenshots that you've created. And the second plugin that I'm highly recommending here is full page screen capture, that you can just click on that. It will capture the screenshot of your page, and you can just copy it and then paste it into the picjam. So as we discussed, right, before the workshop, you need to do some preparations. So you'll need to create a sitemap, and you'll need to pre-select main components or patterns to start with. So you will not start from scratch. So as you can see here, I already done it. So to speed up the process, I already have the product sitemap created for the Jira. So as I mentioned to you before, I'm using two Chrome extensions, creating a screenshot, adding a link to the product page at the bottom of the page, so that it will be easier for me during this design system inventory workshops when we are talking about, okay, like how we are presenting the information to the user in a table format. And from this high level perspective, you'll able to see that we already have three main variations of these table components as a part of the projects, as a part of the filters, and as a part of the dashboards, right? And let's do this design system inventory right now. So the second part of it will be the components, where you will able to say like, okay, like we will be working on navigation components, avatars, and let's add another section here called tables. Great. So when you prepared for the workshop, right? Now let's dive deeper into what kind of things you need to perform during this workshop. So the first one, set up the stage and onboard participants. Just go through all the workshop materials that you have prepared, the agenda, make it clear for them what kind of expectations do we have and what kind of goals do we have, right? And this kind of diagram will help you to understand what is your current stage. Are you trying to do design system critique session, or are you trying to understand within the new product what kind of components they are using, so to understand the adoption, or some new there is a new player on the market that you would like to do the competitor analysis and like do design system inventory for them, so that you could understand what kind of missing states or missing components you have within your design system. The second one is assign groups or individuals to specific components. So as we discussed, right, here I have navigation components, avatar components, tables. You can also create another section for patterns. And for example, ask people to capture all the patterns that they see so far within all those within our product experience. Some people might say, oh, there is for example, onboarding materials within the product experience where we are visualizing these info banners. Or maybe in some cases, when new users coming into the product, we are showing them a new tour guide or something, right? So this kind of preparations and patterns inventory will help your team to understand what kind of patterns do you have within the product. So when you assign groups or individuals to specific component or maybe patterns, the third step here is to start actually doing the design system inventory process. And I will show you two options. The first one is manual, and the second one is using Infa. The cool part about Infa is that you can create screenshots of the actual component, capturing the right dimensions and also capturing the code and links back to the product. So I'll be talking about that in a second. But let's dive deeper into the manual process. So as we discussed, we have the screenshots of all our main pages as a sitemap. So now let's just go deeper into every page, find the components that we are looking for, and just start cutting stuff. So let me do that. So the first one is, let's imagine that I'm working as a part of tables component family, and I need to do the inventory during this workshop for all the tables that we have within the product. So I see that we have 3 main pages. I'll just duplicate that, and I'll just start cropping to say that, okay, like as a part of this table, here is the component that we have. And I can just cut it like this, save it into our table section. Then I see another table on the filters page. I'll just duplicate that. We'll start cropping. And we'll add to my table section. Another table that I see so far is the dashboards table. And I can just quickly crop it and add it to the tables page. So now that we have all these components inventorized within the table section, we could dive deeper and work within the groups in order to understand, is there any inconsistencies? Are we missing any different types, or like, do we need to work on that as a part of the team? So what we see so far from here, what I see so far from now, is that we have completely different table titles, column titles here. So as you can see here within the projects page, I have this column title with the arrow, but within the filters, it's completely different. So as a part of design system team, right, we can quickly visualize those inconsistencies and start working with the team in order to understand, okay, like we have 2 variations of the tables. Let's decide which of them will go to our design system and which of them will need to deprecate and say that, okay, like we would like to replace it with the proper design system. And we could say that, okay, like this is the core design system, component table, component to add to the design system. And here to replace, right? So as you can see here, during this inventory process, this is more like collaborative session together with your design system customers, together with your team members. And you can actually like set up the action plan for yourself, where you'll be able to find some different variations of your component, find some inconsistencies, and discuss with the team. But most importantly, the thing that we've discussed, right? There are 3 main questions that you need to answer. Is how do we group things? How do we name things? And what kind of variations do we have? So as a part of this table, you will need to align with the team. How would you like to define the group? Would you define the group with the paginator at the bottom, right? Will you define a group somewhere like adding more things in there? Or maybe you would like to add a table title or something else, or you would like to make it smaller. So to say that, okay, like actually the table, let's align and agree that as a part of the table, the pagination is not included, right? So this is the first question that you will be able to answer to tell your team members that this is the way how we are grouping things. We are not adding pagination to our table components. The second question is to align how you would like to name this component, and you will be able to work with groups and also to understand what are the naming conventions other people might use. So I feel like for table, it's pretty straightforward. It's just table, right? or maybe other might say directory or something else, right? And also, as you can see here, we can also start cutting this component into much more deeper components as, for example, column for table column, right? And then you might also create another one saying that, okay, next one is we want to have cell values. There might be a cell value with icon and the link. There might be just a text. There might be another one where we have user information in place. And there might be a new one for all the actions that we have as a part of the cell, like copy link or something else, right? So as you can see here, during this workshop, you will be able to start with specific component family and dive deeper into each of them. Start working on how we are grouping things, how we are naming things, and what kind of variations do we have. Maybe the same table will be used somewhere in user settings for managing all their tokens, and the table will have much smaller spacing, so it will be much more compact, and you will need to define the new design system table component as a new variation of more compact version of your table. Great. So we went through this manual process, right? Let me show you how you can also do that with Infa. So the manual process, the issue with manual process is that you need to cut all these components manually. And sometimes it's hard to understand if the dimension of your component is right or not. So as you can see here, maybe I missed it. Maybe the dimension, the size of the component is actually somewhere here, right? It's not, it's just like visually, I'm just cropping it visually. But with Infa, it's a Chrome extension that allows you to open any product. Let's watch a quick video. So I'm on IBM website, right? I can see all the components that I've tagged before within the product. I can actually click on any component that I have and see all the links related to that. Or if I see a new component that I would like to do the inventory process, I can just select the component within the product and it will stay there. And the next time when I will open my Chrome browser, it will just show me, okay, like you've tagged this component on these pages. Here is the link. Here you can also take the screenshot and share it into the FigJam. So the cool part is that within Infa, you can actually tag the components within the browser, and let me do that. So let's do the same thing, right? We are on this Jira project as a website. I can open a Chrome browser and start the info.ai Chrome extension. They have interesting mode called Discovery, where I can actually see all the components that I've tagged before. And if I will click on any of them, as you can see here, they can show, people can add a quick description for their component family and show all the variations that they have within that. So let me just do that as we discussed just right now, that we would like to create a new table component that will have all the columns for the component. So I can just click on plus, say that, okay, I would like to work on table column headers. Can add some description, add external links to Figma, to Storybook, to Jira tickets, and I can actually start selecting the column header, as you can see here. And the cool part, all these selections are happening based on the code. So I don't need to worry that I actually crop that in the right way. When I click on that, I can say that it will be a column header on the projects page, add new component, save it, and then see it here as well. So let me just see where it is. Table column header. I can see it right here. And as you can see here, I can show also all the same components that are matching the same rules as we tag the component, right? So it can find all the similar components for you. So it also speeds up the process. I can take the screenshot and I can also capture the code. okay, they have this interesting thing, the banner that breaks a couple of things. Okay, but when you will do that, you can go back to the to your design system inventory workshop, capture the code, capture the screenshot, and pull components into FigJam by using the Figma plugin. And I'll show you how it works. So you can just pull the info plugin, select the project that you have, for example, Atlassian, and then let's say that we are working on this Atlassian navigation component. I can just import it right here. And as you can see here, the cool part is that it will pull the screenshot from the web that you've created. It will also pull the code capture that you captured within the Chrome extension. And the cool part, it will also show you the link back to your product. So instead of like just having a screenshot and then forgetting which page it is, you can actually click on this link and it will open the Chrome extension, and also will open the product on the background and will highlight you exactly where this component sits. So here is the example. So for example, if you are tagging all the avatar components, you can actually read the information here and click and visualize it within the product, and will tell you like, here is the issues list avatar placeholder that you've tagged before. It's available within the product. So the cool part is evolving within your product. So all these screenshots might be outdated, but by using Infa, like I will highly recommend using them, is you can speed up the process and also like do the tagging once and just share your board with your team members so they will be able to see all the tag components within the product, not in FigJam. And the last part that I wanted to share is during this workshop, right, we discussed that you can do the manual process. You can also use the Infa in order to automate this process and like tag things properly, and also do the code capturing, and also make the backlinks to the product itself. So it will be easier for engineers and designers to go back into the product and see all of that. You will need to answer all these three questions. How would you group things? How would you name things? And what kind of variations do we have? And after the workshop, you will need to start creating your action plan. You will be able to understand if you will want to, for example, delete or add new components into your backlog. And also, if you are going to use Infa, you will be able to use the code pack that they have. Let me just open this link as well. And they can actually see, they can actually pull all the components that you've tagged and synchronize it with Jira, with FigJam, with other tools that you have. They have more like 600 integrations. So this is a quick overview of the way how you could conduct the design system inventory workshop. You can do that manually. You can also use tools like Infa in order to visualize the sitemap and then start tagging the components, discuss with your team how would you like to group them, name them, and what kind of variations do you have, and have a good backlog for your roadmap for your design system team. So thank you very much for your time. If you'll have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Farid. That was amazing. I mean, in a little short time, we had so much information to understand and to learn. Don't forget, follow Farid and ask any question. I'm trying to put the chat giving questions, but they are not helping. Let's see if someone have a question for Farid, or if not, we can do it later in LinkedIn. But I think everyone enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Farid.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye. Our next guest is Leandro Lima. Is going to do a presentation related to what is UX designers doing in the gaming studio. I will call Leandro to the stage. Hello, Leandro. Can you hear me? You there?
Hello.
Hey,
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey. Are you ready for your presentation?
There is the sun here, so I can be like a suspicious shadow, but yeah, I think I'm ready. So let's go for it.
Okay.
Cool. So, started already. Great. So, hello everyone. My name is Leandro. So, I make games for a living. And the talk today, it is about what I am doing in a game studio. Just a little bit about me. I'm doing this for the past 17 years, I think. So I'm doing this for a long time. I'm doing UX for a long time. And yeah, I'm from Brazil. I live in London. And just for the fellow people that do not speak Portuguese, I will teach you one sentence in Portuguese that you can use to say good morning to me. Bom dia, amiguinhos. So now that you know how to say hello in Portuguese, let's start this talk. What is a UX designer actually doing in a game studio? So the 5 minutes version of this talk, it's pretty simple. I am creating experiences. That's it. So if you want only the 5 minutes talk, that's it. You can go home. I know it's late, so have a coffee and relax. But if you're like me, you'll be anxious with this answer, right? Just saying I'm doing experiences is not enough. So what exactly I am doing in a gaming studio? There is a lot of overlaps between UX designing and game designing, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this. And also I'm going to define some stuff. So the first thing that I would like to define is, what is this experience, right? In the end of the day, what we mean when you say we are designing experiences. I mean, we are UX designers, so we need to know how to define experience. And this is what I'm going to do here. I will define what is an experience. Experience is the outcome that lives in the intersection between what the person is doing at the moment, past knowledge, and expectations about the future. So you're a person, you're a life person, so you have a history, and this history builds a knowledge. This history builds a lot of knowledge about the past. You are doing something at the moment. In my case, people are playing games. And when they do this, they use this past knowledge to make predictions and create expectations about the future. And the outcome of this interaction is the experience. The experience do not live in one screen, do not live in one flow, do not live in one environment. The experience also do not happen in people's mind. The experience happens in the interaction. It happens in the space that creates when someone interacts with something. That means every experience that exists is the experience of something. There's no experience without something. There's no experience without an agent that is experiencing something, and there's no experience without an object that is intermediating the experience. And experience live in this area. So yeah. All the experience is the experience of everything, and I like one model of experience for a researcher, Pine, from 1998, that define experience as two types of experiences. We have the mere experience, which is a mundane experience, or the automatic experience, the one that you basically don't even realize you're living, and you have the memorable experience, which is all the out of normal experiences. So basically, they classify experience in this axis here. We have the absorption, we have the immersion, we have passive, we have active experiences, and you can classify what you do when you create experiences and the type of experience we're creating here. So we have absorption, which is basically you are learning something, so you're just absorbing knowledge. You have immersive experience, when the experience we are like living something that removes you from the world that you are in a state of mind, and you're very immersed living that thing. You have passive experience where you're just observing, and you have active experience when you're living. And very often we can classify like apps or movies in this type of experiences. And the thing about games is it is everywhere. When you're playing a game, we have like cutscenes, which is very passive and a lot of absorption. We have like the moment where you're actively playing, but sometimes you're playing the tutorial, so you're actively learning, which is active and absorption. And sometimes you're immersed by that player and you enter the stage of flow, so you're actively immersed. So a game lives in this 4 axes and different bits and pieces of the game. And me, as UX designers, I need to know where the experience that I'm providing is, because this changed the work. So part of my work in a game studio is creating experiences using this axis. So every time that I design an experience, and I like to use this as a definition of my work, a design experience occurs when someone intentionally uses artifacts to generate an expected subjective perception in the people that's living this experience. And that's what I do. I use artifacts, in my case, the designing of the game, and the game itself to create a perception in the world on people. There are some people that say stuff like it's impossible to design an experience, which I kind of disagree. I understand the approach, but I disagree. Because I think we can designing things with the intention to trigger experience. For instance, I'm doing a games, and if I'm doing a horror games, for instance, I am designing and using elements, using artifacts to trigger a new fear. If I'm designing, I don't know, a racing game, I'm using also artifacts to trigger you the feeling of speed. So if I'm designing an open world game, I want to trigger you the feeling of freedom, right? So I am intentionally designing something that triggers you certain type of perception. And that's my work in a game. That's the work of a UX designer. And there are a lot of frameworks that define what is a UX designers, what is a UX designing. And here is one of those frameworks created by Christian Roher, called the simple model of UX. There are millions of frameworks of it, right? And all of them are right. All of them is also a little bit wrong in some places, a little bit right in some places. So I choose this one because it breaks down experiences into layers that we can act. Experience is not only the user need, but it is the core of it. Experience is not only ease of interaction, but it is a layer of it. Experience has sound, which is appropriate wording and language. Experience has look and feel. So basically, experience, it is a factor of those four elements. It is a factor of look and feel, sound, ease of interaction, and user needs, right? But there is a thing. When Christian Roher defined the experience of product, he said this: UX designing helps product teams to deliver things that are useful, relevant, and easy to use. However, I'm not making a product, I'm making a game. And sometimes a game is supposed to be challenging. It's not necessarily designed to be easy to use. It's designed to be challenging and to challenge you to do something, to challenge the people to play the game. What is playing, actually? So what people are doing when they are playing the game. This is a definition from Bernard Suits. He defines playing as the voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles. I like the usage of the word unnecessary here, because when you're talking about products, we're talking about necessity and people needs, right? So for instance, one example that I used to say is no one wants to use, for instance, Google Calendar, but they want to feel that their life is organized, and Google Calendar is a means to it. No one wants to use Uber Eats, but they want to travel from point A to point B, and Uber Eats facilitate it. No one wants to use Deliveroo, but they want food in their table really fast, and Deliveroo is a means to it. But a game is a little bit different. When someone started to play Legend of Zelda, it's not necessarily solving a problem in the world. I mean, we can argue that I'm bored and solving my boringness, blah, blah, blah. But it's not saying I'm solving the problem of information is not organized in the world. Oh, sorry. It is just there. And all the goals that exist, everything that exists and only makes sense in the context of the game. Even the language that we use to refer to the game only makes sense because the game exists. And the goal of it is to create a state of mind when you know the obstacle is not necessary, but they are meaningful for your experience, right? We call this the illusory attitude. And the illusory attitude is when play a game, it is summarized by the sentence that says to play a game is an attempt to achieve a specific state of affairs, so a specific goal, right? A specific state at the end of it, like save the princess or win the race or something like that, using only means permitted by the rules of the game, which is the mechanic of the game, right? So the rules gives you means that limits your way to reach its goal. These rules do not allow you to do this in the most efficient way, right? So, for instance, playing football is much more efficient if I catch the ball with my hands and walk into the field. But no, the rules create constraints. I only have to kick the ball, right? The rules of the game also create constraints that allows me to reach the goal in the most efficient way. And the rules is accepted because without this, the game do not exist, right? If you don't accept, for instance, if you're playing football and you don't accept that you just have to kick the ball and you cannot use your hands, the game do not exist. If you're playing, I don't know, a racing game and you don't accept that you only can drive through a certain path, the game do not exist. So you accept the rules because without this acceptance, the game do not exist. And there is a lot to do on the UX field on this one when you are designing the games. There's a lot of frameworks that define what exactly a game is, and a lot of work for UX designers to do on defining what the game is and create the experience of playing the game. I'll give you one framework. This is a framework that I use in my day-to-day, but there are millions of them, and there is no right or wrong framework. It's just a way for you to organize the work. This is a very famous one. So a game is created by these three pillars: the mechanics, the dynamics, and the aesthetics. And UX has a role in these three pillars. UX plays a role when talking about mechanics, plays a role when talking about dynamics, plays a role when talking about aesthetics, right? So let's start by the first one, mechanics. Mechanics is the set of rules that controls the world. So there are there are rules that limits what player can do, and the mechanics is these rules. The mechanics is this basic rules that says, hey, this is how this world behave, and this is how the rules that the player have to live for. I'll give you some example. This little guy here with a mustache, he follows some rules. He runs, he jumps, and that's it. This is the very basic mechanics of Mario. You are this guy with a mustache, and you can run, and you can jump. If you jump wrong, you lose the game. If you jump right, you kill the enemy, and you progress, right? But in essence, there are two simple rules, run and jump. And we expand this while Mario learns new powers through the game, but a UX role on this, like while the game designer created that rules, the role of the UX it is to think how players will absorb this rule and accept this rule, how the players will learn this rule. So in the example of Mario, we have a controller, and you have to know if you press a certain key in the controller, Mario will run. If I press another key in the controller, Mario will jump, and I have to leave through this rule, right? This is another game, also have a set of rules. In that case, the rule is you score a point when you combine three fruits that are equals, and you only can do this by swapping. So it's not the most optimal way. You could like drag and drop. You could tap, but the rule is you have to swipe. So you only can swap, and by swapping to make matches, and then you win the game. We have a rule, and the player have to live by this rule. They have to accept this rule if they want to play this game. And the rule of the role of the UX designer, it is to make this rule understandable to the players and make players to feel that this rule is fair for them to reach the challenge, right? So this is the mechanic, and UX designing has a lot to do when talking about mechanics. The other pillar is the dynamics. So the dynamics is the behavior that emerge from the interaction between the player and the world, right? So the player, they will be living by these rules, and when they started to absorb the rules, they start to interact with the world by using these rules. And when they do these interactions, the dynamic emerge. And the way that you present these rules will influence the dynamics. So I show here one example of a game. This is Ace Command 7. And it is like a game where you are a pilot in a plane, and you have to win some battles. And as you can see, the way that I present this rule to the player will influence how players behave. Some examples here. Here is the target. The target is here in the sea. And I have some red circles around this target, right? I could use several different ways to represent the target, but we use circles. The game designer, not me, I didn't work in this game, but yeah, they use circles. And by using circles, you create like a type of target that is easy to visualize. Sometimes this target is bigger than the ship itself that the player has to read, and this manipulates the difficulty of the game or the perception of difficulty of the game because it is slightly bigger, so feels it's easier to hit this target. And also motivates the player to take or to do not take certain risks. One example is we have here the damage of the airplane. And the way that you present this damage will say to the player, hey, take care, you are getting hit, or hey, take the risk, you are about to die, so don't die don't die for nothing, right? So the way that you present this, the way that I present the aim here also influence how the player will behave and how the dynamics will emerge from this game. So everything that I design to make the player to leave that rules and to understand that rules, to absorb that rules and to react to that rules is part of the dynamics of the game. And we have this in tons of different games. For instance, another example, racing games. I like a lot racing games. If you're like driving a car, you need to know your surroundings. And depending on the level of immersion or the level of realism that you want to create in that game, you can have like arrows pointing what is on your surroundings or the mirror of the car. And these two things change a lot the mechanic of racing in a race game. If you have like the arrows, you have one type of feedback from the world that allows you how to move and position your car. If you only have the mirror, you have another type of feedback that changes the dynamic. So everything that you do to give the mechanic to the player, so to show to the player that they took a hit, to show to the player that they are aiming to the right thing, to show the player an enemy, changes the dynamic, and it is a huge part of the UX work or when building a game. And the last one is aesthetics. And we have kind of a bias to think aesthetics is visual, right? We think that when you talk about aesthetics, we talk about the visual stuff. Aesthetics is much more than that. Aesthetics is all the sensations, feelings, imagination, fantasy, narratives, every relation that someone built something that goes beyond the core functionality. I'll give an example of aesthetics in a product. Let's imagine we have a website that sells tickets for concert, right? Tickets for a music concert. If I just say this, a website that sells tickets for a music concert, you maybe imagine one type of website. But now I will add an aesthetic layer to this. A website that sells tickets for heavy metal concerts only. And when I say it sells tickets for heavy metal concerts only, there is an aesthetics of it. There is a way, a relationship that they created with this website. There are a type of bands that's not allowed to be in the website just because we're selling heavy metal tickets only. There's a way to present this information, a way to communicate this information, a different sound, a different wording. So I change the aesthetics only with this information. And this happens with the game. And when you change the aesthetics, you change the perception and the relationship that people have with the game. I'll show here one example. If you are Brazilian, you might recognize this example. If you're not, that's crazy. And you see how crazy it is, which is this thing here. This is a very old game from 1991. And this is the international version of it, Wonder Boy. And this is the Brazilian version of it, Turma da Mônica. Turma da Mônica na Terra dos Monstros. So Monica's gang in the land of monsters, something like that. So yeah, here is a medieval game. So you are a warrior with a sword killing dragons, right? It is a medieval game. And if I say you're a warrior with a sword killing dragons, I sold you one type of game. Here, you are this little girl in a red dress hitting dragons with your bunny, a blue bunny. And this is nonsense, but fun, right? I just changed the aesthetics of it. And by changing the aesthetics, I changed your experience with the game. Still the same game, the same functionality, the same mechanics, the same dynamics, but a different aesthetics change your perception with the game. So yeah, aesthetics is change your relationship with something, and a relationship that goes beyond the functional relationship, that goes beyond the function of something. So this is an aesthetical change that changed the game, and yes, UX is responsible for this, and this is UX working together with art. Here is another one that it is an aesthetical thing that changed the experience of playing this game. This is a game called Katana Zero. And you can see in this game that, well, the functionality of it is just you have to read this text to understand the narrative. But the way that I present it, it changed how I perceive this conversation. It changed how I perceive this character here. It changed the cadence of how this character is talking. So just by this, in the end of the speech, you have this, come on, let's go, shaking. You feel the anxiety that you want to trigger with this experience. The hello waving at the beginning, you realize that the character is not just saying hello, she's saying hello with a lot of waves. And this creates personality. This creates an aesthetic that makes you to relate to this character. And there is another thing about aesthetics that is related to game difficulty. Is it possible to change the difficulty of a game by just making a visual change? Yes, it is. Here, this is actually two different levels in Mario game. This is on the word 8, this is level 1, this is level 3. And if you see, it is exactly the same thing. It is exactly the same mechanic, exactly the same dynamic, exactly the same jump, exactly the same target. The Mario here still have to do, still have to do 4 jumps. The target, the area that they have to land, still the same. If Mario miss this area, still the same outcome. They will lose the level, but this makes it more difficult just by changing your perception. The interaction is the same, the functionality is the same, the dynamic is the same, but the aesthetics makes it harder, right? Only the fact that you don't have the support here, even though if you miss the jump here, you will die anyways, it makes it more difficult, right? So changing the aesthetics will change the level designing. Changing the aesthetics will change the perception of the game. In the end of the day, what we do is this. We build signals. And this is a word that I use a lot in my day-to-day work, signals. Signals is everything in the game that helps the player to feel the word and react to it. When they are playing the game, they have one very simple interface to sense the game, right? In the real world, we have like our eyes, we have our ears, we have taste, we can touch stuff. In the game, very often, especially if you're playing with no sound, you only have the controller, and you build the signals to make the players to feel everything through this very limited interface, right? So yeah, here's an example. I have the controller, and I have to create a way for people to relate and understand, experience, and react to the word by using the controller. So defining this, binding these keys, it is part of my work. And here is one screen where I think it summarizes everything. I have here the mechanic. So I am a racing driver. I have to accelerate really fast and finish the laps as fast as I can, so I win the race. There is a dynamic here, so I need to perceive the word, and I have these arrows here that helps me to perceive the word, that helps me to perceive the car that I'm driving. And I have the aesthetics, which is the Formula 1 aesthetics. I could have the same mechanics and dynamics, but I can change all of this to be Mario Kart. The game still works. The game still have the same mechanics and dynamics, but a different relationship. And this, like building all this system of signals that will help me as a player to experience and recognize what is happening in the world of the game, it is one of the key rules of the UX designer. And also we have 2 important layers when we're making the game. We have the core and the meta layers in the game, and the role of the UX change a lot on it. The core game is the UX have to make the player immerse in the fantasy and the challenges while they are actively playing. So core game, it is basically you are navigating through the core functionality, through the core mechanic of that game. I'll give you an example of UX challenges when you talk about core game. Here is Ghost of Tsushima, an amazing game. And a very simple game loop of it. You have to find the enemy, you have to fight, you have to go to the next enemy. And just this very simple mechanic creates UX challenges. So what are the UX challenges here? How will the player identify a character as an enemy? It is the look and feel of the character. Will I use a red circle around this character? Will I use the silhouette of the character as a way to identify? There are a lot of different UX approaches that will even change the dynamic of playing against this enemy. So how will the player identify a character as an enemy is a UX challenge. How does the players know that the character they are aiming in a fight? So how do I know that I'm aiming for this first character, not on the second character, if I want to use my sword? This is also a UX thing, because it will help the player to sense and feel the word. I feel and I know what I'm looking at, and this is a UX goal. And what are the signals that will help players to feel and react to the word? So let's imagine this main character get wounded. So this character hits the main character with a sword. How will the player feel this pain? How will the player know that it hurts? How will the player know that they're about to die? How will the player know they are winning, succeeding? So what are the signals that we'll create to compensate the fact that you cannot feel this? And luckily we cannot feel this, because I imagine getting hit by a sword hurts a lot. But I have to make the player to feel this pain while they're playing the game, so they know they are in danger. And you have this meta game layer, which is basically the layer that connects all the different game systems that exist in the world and motivate the player to interact and navigate through all these different systems. So one very basic example of meta game, maps. And UX designing has a lot to do when designing this map, because it builds purpose for people to play. It builds a goal for the player. So I know here, when I look to this map, that I have to go through all of these levels. Level 1, word 2, word 3, word 5, word 6, in order to succeed in the game. So it gives me a challenge. And this challenge is not the mechanic. Remember, the mechanic of Mario is you can walk, you can jump, and if you do the jump wrong, you die. But why I'm doing this? Metagame builds layer. Metagame also gives players choices sometimes. So here I can decide if I want to experience the world through the left or to the right path. And this will connect me with different game mechanics and also creates me curiosity. If I choose one side, why should I go to the other side and vice versa? And also metagame give objectives, metagame give goals. Here is one example, quests and side quests. They live in the metagame layer and they invite the player to fulfill a challenge that connects different mechanics inside the game. Here is Skyrim. So I have some challenges. Some challenges are mandatory in order to progress with the narrative. Other challenges are not necessarily mandatory. They are optional. And I only can do this if I want to experience something slightly different than the regular gameplay. And the way that I present it and the way that I use it to motivate the player has a lot to do with UX designing. So if the UX designing presents a challenge as something urgent, I kind of prompt the player to ignore the other parts of the meta challenge and go to a challenge, go to just one goal. Or I can present it in a way that shows how your collection, how you make a collection of goals and objectives, or how you experience the whole world. So there's a lot of different ways to present the meta challenge to the player, and doing this is a really important part of my work. So in the end of the day, this sentence defines my work as a UX designer in a game studio. UX designing guarantees that the challenges faced by the players are only the ones planned by game design. And I help players to understand the challenge, to understand the rules, and to live by the rules so the game can exist. In the end of the day, what I'm doing in a game studio, I am making sure that the player have all the available information they need to overcome challenges created by game designing. I'm guaranteeing that players understand the different game systems and know how to navigate through them. I am intentionally planning the experience so players will have while playing the game. So I am intentionally triggering fear or confidence or the feeling of vulnerable or the feeling of powerful in the player. And I am make sure all the controllers, navigation flows, and all the other interactions elements are accessible to all different type of players. That's it. This is very fun. This is very nice. And if you want to make a game, go and make a game, because experience it is something that I like a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leandro. This was amazing. I mean, as a gamer, watching this presentation was mind-blowing. Even for the Super Mario level, I didn't notice that, never. And that was, when I saw the second level, I was like, oh, that's hard. But no, it's just an illusion, and it makes total sense. Thank you so much. Let's see if the chat have some questions. At last presentation, I was so fast that they didn't have the time to write one. Sorry for Thiago, because I moved forward. But let's see if someone have a question about it. But it was a great presentation, and of course the importance of working on these little details makes total difference in the gaming.
Yeah.
Let's see if they have some questions in the chat. But don't forget, follow Leandro in LinkedIn, and if you have questions later, you can ask him there, of course.
Yeah, just me on LinkedIn. I'm there, so I live on the internet. And I try to reply everyone that pings me. So yeah, but thank you for the invite. It was really fun. Preparing this presentation was really fun.
No, it was amazing. Thank you. Yeah, the chat don't have any question, but yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, Leandro, for your time. And this was the last presentation of the day. Layers in person are still happening. Maybe for next year, our online viewers can join us in person too. And thank you, Leandro. Thank you, everyone, for watching this conference with us. Hopefully, everyone learned something today, something that will help them in the design journey. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.